Chapter 2150. The storm in the Red Moon Desert gradually calmed down. The U residents quickly sent out a team of elite guards to the new door world. They took over from Tsin-Yi and were responsible for guarding it. Lin Qifei and the others also came. With Tsin-Yi's help, they built a teleportation formation from the new door world to the Peach Blossom Cove. This way, everyone could come and go freely. Perhaps it was because what happened in the Red Moon Desert had quickly spread throughout the entire Divine Ruins world, but many aristocratic families and clans had given up on this new door world. This also made things convenient for Tsin-Yi and the others. After dealing with the matters here, he and Lin Qifei rushed back to the Peach Blossom Cove. Clear ancient slope, family way. Wei Zai's figure passed through the rolling mountain range until he reached a certain mountain peak. Wei Qihan, who had been waiting here for a long time, immediately came forward when he saw him. Family head, you're finally back. While you were away, the clan, suddenly, his voice paused as his gaze landed on Wei Zai's arm. You're injured. Wei Zai had already bandaged his own arm and used his wide sleeves to cover it from the outside, but the smell of blood was undeniable. Wei Zai's expression was very gloomy. I was bitten by a beast. What kind of thing is so impudent? Wei Qihan was shocked. With Wei Zai's status and strength, how could he be injured like this? Didn't you go to the family E? Wei Qihan's voice stopped abruptly. Seeing Wei Zai's even uglier expression, he was immediately certain of his guess. He really was injured at the family E. And it seemed that the process was very unpleasant. He rarely saw Wei Zai with such an expression. Wei Qihan was also a smart person. He immediately shut his mouth and did not ask any more questions. Wei Zai walked into the cave as he asked. What did you say happened in the clan? Wei Qihan hurriedly said. Family head, after you left the stone forest, you haven't returned to the clan. This has dragged on for a long time. There are many things in the clan that are waiting for you to deal with personally. Wei Zai paused, glanced at him, and sneered. What could possibly happen at this time? There's an 80% chance that there are people who don't like this patriarch. They sensed that something was wrong and started to cause trouble. Wei Qihan said, don't worry, they all know that you like to stay here alone for a while. They won't dare to come here rashly. Her words were tactful, but she still acknowledged Wei Zai's words. Wei Zai sneered and continued walking into the cave. Then let them wait. This patriarch wants to see if they can still go against the heavens. With that, his figure disappeared into the pitch-black cave. Home, Wei Qihan wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't follow them in. Looking at the entrance of the cave, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was tinged with worry. The patriarch was in a bad mood right now. He probably wouldn't listen to anything. But in reality, the family Wei's situation was not optimistic. Ever since Wei Shiping was expelled from Lingxiao College, the family Wei had been surging with undercurrents. Previously, when Tang Ke's tomb opened, Wei Zai led a group of people to go there, but in the end, they returned in defeat. This made everyone in the clan even more dissatisfied. In their opinion, the stone forest was the family Wei's territory. Then, everything in Tang Ke's tomb naturally belonged to them. Although they had no choice but to invite many artifact refining experts from the world of divine ruins, since Wei Zai was the patriarch, he should have taken Tang Ke's inheritance personally. But in the end, he still failed. Not only did he give up everything in Tang Ke's tomb, he even lost the Thousand Peaks halberd. Everyone in the family Wei was very dissatisfied with Wei Zai. And after the incident, he didn't even show his face once. This was like adding fuel to the fire. If Wei Qihan hadn't desperately stopped them during this period of time, those people would have already chased them here. But looking at Wei Zai's appearance, he didn't seem to care too much about this matter. Wei Qihan sighed helplessly. It seemed that he could only wait for the patriarch to come out and have a good talk with him about this matter. Wei Zai walked all the way in. In the deepest part of the cave, the iron hammer was still there quietly. Wei Zai walked over. Shiping. After a moment, Wei Shiping's voice came out from inside. Father? You're back. How's the situation? Did he say that he's going to let me out? Wei Shiping's words were filled with undisguised eagerness and desire. Previously, when he was talking to Jun Jiuqing, Wei Zhe had lied. He didn't make that suggestion because he felt sorry for Wei Shiping, but because Wei Shiping wanted to come out himself. Unfortunately, Jun Jiuqing didn't agree to this suggestion. Shiping, he said that you still need to stay here for a short while. When the time is right, he'll let you out. Wei Zhe spoke with difficulty. Wei Shiping's voice disappeared and he didn't reply for a long time. Wei Zhe knew that he was upset and comforted him. Don't worry, it won't be long. That's what he said before. But it's been so long and there's still no news from him. I don't trust him anymore. Wei Shiping suddenly exploded and his voice was hoarse and mournful. Father. You have to help me. You have to help me. He had been muddle-headed back then, but he had come to his senses now. No matter what, he didn't want to live like this anymore. Wei Zhe's brows furrowed. But in this situation, we don't have any other way. Wei Shiping paused for a moment, then his voice suddenly became shrill. Rong Xiu. Yes. And Rong Xiu. He must have a way. Father, why don't you go and beg him? As long as he's willing to help. Wei Zhe closed his eyes. Do you think he'll help? Wei Shiping's voice suddenly stopped. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2151. Wasn't it because he had offended Sheng Guanyu that Rong Xiu had to deal with him personally? Then, Rong Xiu naturally wouldn't help him now. Wei Shiping would be thankful if Rong Xiu didn't stab him in the back. Wei Shiping's thoughts were simple. He wanted revenge. Rong Xiu had caused him to be expelled from Lingxiao College and lose the right to compete for the position of young master of the family Wei. He had become the laughing stock of the world ever since. He hated Rong Xiu to the core and was willing to pay a terrible price. He abandoned his physical body and sealed his soul in this hammer so that he could take revenge one day. But now, his thoughts had changed. He was trapped in this endless darkness and had to endure inhumane torture day after day. He didn't even have the slightest hope of getting out. Who could bear such a life? Wei Shiping was almost driven crazy. When he heard Wei Zhe's words, he lost his mind. She even said something as ridiculous as begging Rong Xiu for help. Wei Shiping laughed at himself and didn't say anything else. The cave regained its deathly silence, and the surrounding space seemed to have frozen inch by inch. Wei Zhe felt terrible. Although he had several sons, Wei Shiping was the one he favored the most. He had always nurtured Wei Shiping as his successor. He wanted to wait until Rong Xiu returned from Lingxiao College before passing the position of young master to him. Who knew that so many things would happen? Shiping, don't worry. I'll think of a way. Wei Zhe was about to say something when he suddenly heard Wei Qihan's anxious voice. Master. Someone from the clan is here. Wei Zhe frowned. Before he left, he comforted Wei Shiping. Father will come to see you again in a while. Take good care of yourself first. After saying that, he lifted his foot and walked outside. Wei Zhe walked out of the cave. What happened? Wei Qihan quickly stepped forward. Patriarch, I sensed someone approaching just now. If I'm not wrong, it should be Elder Wei Song. Before his voice fell, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the sky. A figure was rapidly approaching. Wei Zhe looked up and his expression turned even colder. The newcomer was a white-robed old man in his 50s. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair. He was indeed Wei Song. There were a total of 6 family Wei elders, and Elder Wei Song was the oldest, the most senior, and the most powerful one. Even Wei Zhe had to be courteous when he saw him. Wei Qihan shook his head. I don't know. Wei Song rarely interfered in the affairs of the clan. It was indeed strange that he would suddenly come here today. In the blink of an eye, Wei Song was already in front of them. Patriarch. Elder Wei Song. The two greeted each other. Although Wei Zhe was furious that Wei Song had suddenly come here, he was still very polite because of the other party's status and seniority. May I know what brings Elder Wei Song here today? Wei Song's expression was dignified. His old and unfathomable eyes looked indifferently at Wei Zhe. Patriarch hasn't returned for a long time. We couldn't help but be worried. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Wei Zhe's arm. Patriarch is injured? Wei Zhe put his arm behind him and coughed. I was injured in the stone forest. It's nothing serious. Wei Song was a little suspicious. Although he couldn't see the wound, it wasn't hard to tell that Wei Zhe was heartbroken from the smell of blood in the air. And the incident in the stone forest had already ended for a month or so. Wei Song didn't expose his clumsy lie and went straight to the point. It's good that Patriarch is fine. I just don't know if Patriarch has time to go back now. Wei Zhe was a little puzzled. Elder Wei Song, you came here this time to ask me to go back? That's right. Wei Song admitted frankly. In the entire family Wei, he was the only one who wouldn't be punished for doing this. Wei Zhe smiled. I plan to go back as soon as possible. I didn't expect to trouble Elder Wei Song. I'm really sorry. Wei Song nodded. That's good. Something happened in the family. Patriarch should go back as soon as possible. His reaction finally made Wei Zhe realize that something was wrong. What happened in the family? Wei Song stared at him. Someone from the Yuntian Tower is here. Enchanting stood in front of the gate of the Wei residence with his hands behind his back. In addition, there were a few people from the family Wei. Lord Enchanting, Patriarch hasn't been in the residence recently. Even if he wants to come back, it will take some time. It's not appropriate for you to stand here all the time. Why don't you go in and wait? One of the elders tried to persuade him. Enchanting's expression didn't change. His voice was cold and his face was stern. No need. I'll just wait here. He really had no interest in stepping through the gate of the family Wei. The people standing at the gate looked at each other. This Enchanting was too domineering. Without saying anything, he directly came to the gate and said that he wanted to see their patriarch. He didn't even enter the gate and just stood there blocking the way. And from the looks of it, he wouldn't leave until he saw their patriarch. What was this? If it weren't for his master, they wouldn't have swallowed this humiliation. Just as the two sides were in a deadlock, Wei Song and the other two finally arrived. Wei Zhe's heart skipped a beat when he saw Enchanting standing upright with a cold expression from afar. Why did Enchanting have to come to the family Wei at this time? Everyone knew that Enchanting was Rongxiu's right-hand man. Now that he was here, he obviously represented Rongxiu. Wei Zhe was a little uneasy, but he forced himself to remain calm. Lord Enchanting, what brings you here from afar? Enchanting half-turned and looked at Wei Zhe. Patriarch of the family Wei. I'm here today under orders to represent the Holy Sun and demand an explanation from the family Wei's patriarch. He had always been an iceberg. At this moment, his cold and solemn expression added a bit of dignity and made people unconsciously revere him. Wei Zhe frowned inwardly. Although Enchanting was extremely young, he had followed Rongxiu for many years. Standing in front of him, he did not lose out in terms of aura at all. Oh. Demand an explanation? This. I don't know when I offended Yuntian Tower. Since Enchanting did not come with good intentions, Wei Zhe did not beat around the bush. Enchanting was obviously here to cause trouble. Patriarch of the family Wei, you know very well. Enchanting looked at him coldly. Lin Jiang of the Mahayana sect harbored ill intentions some time ago. He repaid kindness with ingratitude and tried to steal the princess consort's 2 Tian baby. He also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to lay his hands on many other first-rate families and clans. Now, he has died at the hands of the princess consort and his highness. Do you really have nothing to say about this matter? The other members of the Wei clan were all at a loss. Wei Zai's heart sank and he instinctively denied it. What does the Mahayana sect have to do with my family Wei? Yan Qing said. You know very well whether it has anything to do with you. His Highness means that for the sake of your family Wei, you should personally go to Peach Blossom Cove and apologize. Wonderful Book Room. Chapter 2152. Wei Zai was so angry that he laughed. Did they want him to apologize in person? Yes, the alliance between Yintian Tower and the Yu clan was indeed superior to the family Wei. But that didn't mean that Rong Xiu and Chu Luyue could do whatever they wanted. The family Wei was a first-rate family Wei that had stood tall in the divine ruins for thousands of years. As the head of the family, he represented himself and the entire family Wei. If he really went this time, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the world? The family Wei has very little contact with the Mahayana sect. As for that Lin Jiang you mentioned, he has nothing to do with us at all. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Go find whoever made the mistake. Why do you have to trouble the family Wei? Wei Zai straightened his collar. After the opening of the new door world, I've already ordered the family Wei to stay in their homes and not participate in this matter. If Lord Yan Qing doesn't believe me, you can investigate and see if anyone from the family Wei has left the Qinggu slope during this time. His words were said with confidence, and there was even a hint of anger on his face from being casually accused and accused. When the others saw this, they all nodded in agreement. That's right. The head of the family did give such an order. We've been here all this time. If the Mahayana sect is the culprit, then go find them. Why did they find us? That's right. Isn't that person from Yintian a little too arrogant? Before the last two words could be spat out, the person who spoke instantly felt a chill on his back. He subconsciously raised his head and met Yan Qing's cold and solemn gaze. His heart trembled and he subconsciously swallowed the rest of the words he was about to say. This Yan Qing, is so powerful. The surrounding people subconsciously quieted down. Yan Qing raised her eyebrows and stared at Wei Zai. Family Wei's head, I happen to know that someone has left the Qinggu slope recently. Are you interested in hearing? Wei Zai's eyelids twitched violently. Yan Qing's words were, Lord Yan Qing, this is a matter of great importance. If you can't come up with convincing evidence, I'm afraid my family Wei won't agree to your request. It was Wei Song who spoke. No matter what, family Wei's reputation was still important. If Wei Zai really went to the Peach Blossom Cove to apologize, then this news would quickly spread throughout the entire Divine Ruins world. At that time, not only would Wei Zai be too ashamed to face everyone, but everyone in his family Wei would also be humiliated. Yan Qing nodded. His Highness has never fought a battle that he is not confident in, and this time is no different. Of course, there is evidence. If the head of the family Wei wishes to see it, I can show it now. Wei Zai's heart thumped wildly. He really couldn't be sure how true Yan Qing's words were. But since he dared to come to them directly like this, then, things were probably not going well. Wei Zai quickly searched his mind for any possible loopholes. He had buried Lin Zhang's trail for a long time, and even the other members of the family Wei didn't know about it. And now that that person was dead, there was no evidence. What evidence could they have? But Wei Zai really didn't dare to take the risk. After thinking for a while, he finally said seriously. It seems that the Holy Son and Master you have a deep misunderstanding about this matter. How about this, I'll go with you to the Peach Blossom Cove and explain it to them face to face. The family Wei and Yintian Tower have always minded their own business. It's not worth it to have a conflict because of some misunderstanding. His words were very beautiful. He agreed to Yan Qing's request to go with her to the Peach Blossom Cove, but not to apologize, but to explain the misunderstanding. It sounded a lot better. Yan Qing took half a step back. Head of the family Wei, please. Peach Blossom Cove. The night passed quickly. When Zichen woke up, he felt that something was pressing down on his blanket. He opened his eyes and saw a round head. Red strings and golden bells were faintly discernible in the messy bun. It was Dumpling, who was lying on the edge of the bed, asleep. Ever since Chu Luiyue gave her the task of looking after Zichen, she had made up her mind to stay here and guard him. In the end, she couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Her sixth meridian was forcefully opened in the Red Moon Desert, and it was very taxing on her. Her small body was still recovering, so it was normal for her to be sleepy. Zichen tilted his head and looked at Dumpling indifferently. He couldn't tell what she was thinking. She was sleeping soundly, mumbling something under her breath. I'm sorry. The corners of Zichen's lips curled up ever so slightly. Dumpling finally woke up and slowly opened her eyes, as if she sensed something. Zichen closed his eyes. Dumpling rubbed her eyes and looked at Zichen. "You're still sleeping," she said softly. It seemed that Zichen's injury was really serious. She stretched her body and yawned as she jumped down from the stool. Then, she quietly walked to the bedside. Zichen thought she was going to get medicine, but he didn't hear anything after waiting for a while. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt something approaching. Dumpling put her hands on the edge of the bed, stood on tiptoe, and put her head close to the wound on Zichen's shoulder. At this time, his injury was bandaged, but a little bit of blood could still be seen seeping out. Dumpling sighed slightly and felt a little depressed. Every time she saw Zichen's wound, she couldn't help but think of that scene. The feeling of his flesh and blood being torn apart and his blood splattering was so clear and vivid. Zichen thought that Dumpling would leave out of curiosity, but after waiting for a while, she still didn't move. A few strands of her hair fell and floated on his neck and shoulders. Her little head moved, and the strands of hair swept back and forth. It was very itchy. After a while, Zichen finally couldn't stand it anymore and coughed deliberately. Dumpling suddenly woke up and looked up at him with a face full of surprise. "Zichen, you're awake." "Zichen." "Yes." "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Or, do you want to take medicine first?" Dumpling frowned and thought carefully. "And the medicine on your wound needs to be changed. Why don't you drink water first?" After saying that, she looked at Zichen with bright eyes, as if waiting for his answer. Zichen was a little helpless. "Dumpling, I can do these things myself." You told me to take good care of you." "Don't tell me. Do you think I'm not good enough?" Dumpling widened her eyes. Zichen paused and didn't remind her. From yesterday until now, she didn't seem to have done anything. She just lay there and slept. "No. Drink some water first." "Okay." Dumpling turned around and ran to get the water. Boom! A reddish gold flame ignited and burned the teapot clean in the blink of an eye. The things here were all ordinary things and couldn't withstand her burning. Dumpling was stunned and looked back at him blankly. I just thought that it's better for you to drink hot water. Shall I get another pot?" Zichen closed his eyes. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2153. By the time Chu Luiyue woke up, it was already noon the next day. Rongxiu seemed to have just gone out. The freshly brewed tea on the table was still emitting white smoke. She moved her arms, and the red marks on her collarbone were faintly discernible. However, she felt very refreshed. She vaguely remembered that Rongxiu had carried her to take a bath later. Someone was really unscrupulous in order to have a daughter. Chu Luiyue's face was slightly hot. She rubbed her face with her hands before getting dressed. However, her physical strength was much stronger than before, probably because she had broken through to the god level. Although she had been tossing and turning for a long time, she didn't feel too sore or uncomfortable. Chu Luiyue got up and walked outside. She saw the blonde boy guarding outside the courtyard. He was half leaning against the moon gate, frowning slightly. His expression was solemn, as if he was thinking about something. Her short, soft hair hung down and shone faintly under the sunlight. "Little Zhou." Chu Luiyue called out. Chang Wanzhou seemed to be immersed in his own thoughts and didn't respond. Chu Luiyue walked over and raised her voice slightly. Little Zhou? Chang Wanzhou suddenly came back to his senses and turned to look at her. When her face came into view, he was in a trance for a moment. For a moment, Chu Luiyue even felt that Chang Wanzhou was looking at another person through her. She stretched out her hand, waved it in front of his eyes, and smiled. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Chang Wanzhou's eyes finally focused. He quickly shook his head. Nothing. Chu Luiyue felt a little strange. He seemed to have something on his mind. However, since it was something on his mind, he might not want to tell others, so she didn't ask. Why are you here? Although he would usually guard her, this courtyard was her and Rong Xiu's residence. Usually, no one would come here. Even Chang Wanzhou and the others would be extremely careful and hide if they wanted to guard it. It was rare to see someone waiting at the entrance of the courtyard in broad daylight. Chang Wanzhou stood up straight. Wei Zhe is here. The saint had already gone over and was now in the front hall. The saint said that he would invite you over when you woke up. Wei Zhe? Why is he here? Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a little ridiculous, and the corners of his lips curled up. Could it be because of Lin Jiang of the Mahayana sect? Previously, she had interrogated the man about his background, but he refused to tell her. He even tried to self-destruct, but was stopped by Rong Xiu in the end. That person's physical body was destroyed on the spot, leaving only a wisp of his soul, which was locked up by Rong Xiu. Could it be that Rong Xiu had found out something? Or did he have other evidence? It wasn't that Chu Luiyue didn't suspect the Wei family. After all, in the entire Divine Ruins world, there were only a few clans that could send out supreme gods as informants. Excluding those who were obviously unrelated, the range was even narrower. Not to mention, she had a grudge with family Wei. Wei Zhe came back with Lord Yenqing, Chang Wanzhou said. Chu Luiyue raised an eyebrow, and was even more certain of her guess. This place was extremely far from family Wei, and it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. Wei Zhe came so quickly. It seemed that Yenqing was fast. No, perhaps it should be said that Rong Xiu was too decisive. Let's go take a look. In the front hall, Rong Xiu sat at the head of the table, and Wei Zhe sat at the bottom left. Yenqing stood guard outside the door. The atmosphere in the room was cold and tense. Rong Xiu lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea. The green leaves floating in the air emitted a faint fragrance, and there was also a bitter ginger smell in the air. He wasn't used to it before, but now he liked it very much. He was taking his time, but Wei Zhe couldn't sit still. He and Rong Xiu were on equal footing, and he was even older, but for some reason, he always felt that he was inferior in terms of aura in front of Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu only put down the teacup after the bitter fragrance of the ginger tea spread between his teeth. Thud. The high-quality porcelain teacup fell on the table, making a sound that was neither loud nor soft. It was especially clear in the silent room. Wei Zhe's heart skipped a beat. In that case, that fake Lin Jiang really has nothing to do with the Wei clan? Wei Zhe immediately said. Of course. Countless noble clans went to the opening of the new gate world, but family Wei didn't participate. How could this person have anything to do with us? Yes, I's also very curious about this. Since everyone went, why didn't family Wei go? Such a great opportunity. How could family Wei miss it? Rong Xiu looked up at him with a faint smile. Wei Zhe forced a smile and said. Well, I was delayed by some matters at the time, so I didn't have time. Later, I thought it would be too late to go, so I just let it go. Other than family Wei, there are actually many other noble clans who didn't go, right? It doesn't seem strange. Rong Xiu nodded. Family Wei's words make sense. Wei Zhe sighed in relief. The Holy Sun has always been smart, so I don't think you'll be misled by such things without any evidence. Since that person is dead, there's no evidence. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find the mastermind, Rongxiu suddenly said, "Who said he's dead?" Wei Zai's expression froze for a moment. The connection between him and that person had been cut off. That person was definitely dead. Moreover, didn't Yan Qing say the same thing before? Rongxiu's lips curved slightly. With a move of his palm, several rays of golden light flew out from between his fingers, instantly forming a square golden cage. In the cage, there was a red and black ball of light. It was the soul of the fake Lin Jiang. Wei Zai's hands suddenly clenched the armrest of the chair. It took him a lot of effort to resist the urge to stand up. However, the shock and panic that flashed across his face did not escape Rongxiu's eyes. This person is extremely daring. He tried to steal Yu Er's 2 Tian baby and even wanted to slander Yu Er. With so many crimes, wouldn't it be too easy for him to just let him die? Rongxiu smiled slightly. Does the head of the family Wei think that I am such a soft-hearted person? The corner of Wei Zai's eyes twitched fiercely. Arrogant. Impudent. In the world of divine ruins, Rongxiu's fierce reputation was well known. Everyone knew that he was not to be trifled with. However, he actually admitted that he was vicious and merciless in front of everyone. Wasn't he too arrogant? Wasn't this a clear threat to Wei Zai? Then what did the Holy Sun find out? Wei Zai asked with a dry throat. Rongxiu raised his chin. This is a death warrior. I can't get anything out of him. Now that there is only a soul left, it's even harder to get anything out of him. Wei Zai's hanging heart was just about to calm down when he heard Rongxiu continue. However, I found a very interesting coincidence. His aura seems to be quite similar to the head of the family Wei. Could it be that the head of the family Wei has something to say about this? Wei Zai immediately denied it. How is that possible? The Holy Sun must have made a mistake. By the way, speaking of which, the hammer and the head of the family Wei also seems to have an extremely similar aura to this one. Wei Zai's voice came to an abrupt halt. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2154. He looked at Rongxiu in bewilderment, trying to figure out something from his face. He had felt that Rongxiu had guessed something before, but he was not sure. But now, what do you want to say, son of God? He took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Beating around the bush like this is just wasting our time. Let's get straight to the point. The head of family Wei is really a straightforward person. Rongxiu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Hand over Wei Shiping, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Wei Zai's pupils constricted. When Chu Luiyue arrived, he saw that the door to the front hall was tightly shut, and Yan Qing was standing guard at the door. He hugged his sword with both hands and straightened his back. He stood there like a miniature iceberg. When he saw Chu Luiyue, he immediately wanted to salute, but Chu Luiyue waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for that. They're inside? Yan Qing nodded. His Highness said that you can go in directly after you arrive. Chu Luiyue was also very curious about the situation inside. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly took a step back and sized up Yan Qing. Yan Qing was a little confused. Is there something wrong with your subordinate? Chu Luiyue nodded, then shook his head and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yan Qing, your strength seems to have improved a lot compared to before. She did not notice at first, but after taking a closer look, she realized that Yan Qing's aura was indeed much stronger than before. This cultivation speed is a little too fast. To be able to follow Rongxiu and be highly regarded by him, Yan Qing's talent was naturally unquestionable. But this progress still surprised Chu Luiyue. Yan Qing didn't expect her to be thinking about this. She paused for a moment. I heard that you went to family Wei alone and invited Wei Zai back. Chu Luiyue asked again. Yan Qing nodded. Yes. That was even more shocking. The Wei clan was a first-rate aristocratic family after all. He had gone there alone and returned unscathed. If one didn't have a certain level of strength, they wouldn't be able to do it. Chu Luiyue thought for a while, then smiled meaningfully. You really are quite similar to Cin-Yi. Cin-Yi was someone who hid his strength well, and Yan-Qing was even more so. Yan-Qing cupped his hands and said, "Your subordinate doesn't dare. No wonder little Hachi is afraid of you now. She's always been most afraid of Cin-Yi, and now you're added to the list." Chu Luiyue teased. Previously, when they were at Yuntian Tower, little Hachi went to find trouble with Yan-Qing every day. After coming to Peach Blossom Cove, she restrained herself a lot and even avoided him. Other than Cin-Yi, probably only Yan-Qing could suppress her. Yan-Qing was stunned and pursed his thin lips. "Your subordinate didn't mean to offend little Hachi. It's just that there were some misunderstandings previously." Chu Luiyue waved her hand. "It's fine. Although little Hachi is a little willful, she doesn't take anything to heart. You don't have to be too concerned." Yan-Qing wanted to say something but hesitated. During this period of time, he indeed hadn't met little Hachi. Chu Luiyue didn't notice Yan-Qing's expression. After saying that, she planned to push open the door and enter. However, at this moment, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Chu Luiyue took half a step back and bumped into Wei Zai's face. However, Wei Zai's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Chu Luiyue had only seen such an expression on his face when she won against him in Tangku's tomb. She instantly smiled. "Yo, family Wei's head? Long time no see. How have you been?" When Wei Zai saw Chu Luiyue, his already terrible mood became even worse. He took a deep breath, and it took him a great deal of effort to finally control his emotions. "I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, he was about to leave. Chu Luiyue blocked his path. I just came and the head of family Wei's head is leaving? What does this mean? You don't want to see me?" "Of course I don't want to see you. If he wasn't forced to, he wouldn't even come to this place." Wei Zai cursed in his heart. He felt as if something was about to rush out of his chest. The head of family Wei indeed has something urgent to do." Rong Xiu walked over unhurriedly and smiled faintly. "Let's not waste his time." Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. Her gaze swept back and forth between the two of them, and she was momentarily stunned. Has the discussion been settled? But she still didn't know anything. However, looking at the two of them, there was an 80% chance that Wei Zai was utterly defeated. Chu Luiyue took a step back. Wei Zai was about to leave when Rong Xiu reminded him, "Family Wei, you seem to have forgotten something?" Wei Zai stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Chu Luiyue. The flesh on his face twitched a few times before he finally spat out a few words. "I, Wei Zai, apologize to the head of family Wei. I hope that the head of family Wei will be magnanimous and not be calculative with me." Chu Luiyue was even more surprised. Wei Zai was a very stubborn person, but he was actually willing to take the initiative to apologize today. She thought for a moment. Then, "Head of family Wei, have a safe trip." Wei Zai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He flung his sleeves fiercely and walked away quickly. Chu Luiyue waited until his figure disappeared before she turned to look at Rong Xiu. "Isn't this a little too fast? I just got here, it's just a small matter. It's not that complicated." Rong Xiu's lips curved slightly. Chu Luiyue blinked. "You asked me to come, just to hear his apology? What did you say to him just now? Why is he willing to lower his head?" Rong Xiu smiled. "Come in, I'll tell you slowly." The two of them entered the room, and Rong Xiu briefly described what happened earlier. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. That's it? That's it? You only mentioned Wei Shiping's name, and he agreed to everything you said?" Chu Luiyue thought about it and still found it unbelievable. He thinks so highly of Wei Shiping? Didn't you say that Wei Shiping wanted to be the head of family Wei, and the competition was fierce? That's just a gimmick. From the beginning, Wei Zai was prepared to give the position of the head of family Wei to Wei Shiping. Otherwise, Why would he be the only one among the younger generation of family Wei who went to Lingxiao College? In the eyes of outsiders, Wei Shiping was diligent and studious, but in reality, it was all Wei Zai's idea to pave the way for Wei Shiping. But, even so, how can you be sure that the person in the hammer is Wei Shiping? Chu Luiyue had his suspicions, but he didn't dare to be sure because he didn't have any evidence. Rong Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile. He thinks highly of that thing, and with that aura, it's enough to confirm. Actually, I don't have any evidence, but I'm just bluffing him. He admitted it himself. Chu Luiyue clicked his tongue. From the beginning to the end, Rong Xiu didn't spend any effort to get rid of Wei Zai. What a pity, I should have come earlier. Chu Luiyue sighed regretfully. Wei Zai's expression must have been very interesting. He'll come again. Rong Xiu said. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2155. However, there is indeed something wrong with his hammer. After Wei Shiping was expelled from the academy, he disappeared without a trace. The outside world had been spreading rumors, and even the family Wei had no news of him. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding in there? Chu Luiyue tapped her finger on the table lightly. I don't know what happened in the middle. When Wei Zai comes again, everything will be clear. Rong Xiu said and paused. Oh right, I plan to help Senior Tang Ku reconstruct his body. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Now? Yes. I didn't completely destroy the body of the fake Lin Jiang. I left his remains behind. Now, I can leave it for Senior Tang Ku to use. Tang Ku was a venerable god expert when he was alive. If he had the bones of a venerable god, this matter would be much simpler. Chu Luiyue clapped her hands and laughed. That's great. Fortunately, you remembered, otherwise, you would have missed a great opportunity. The pills that Mr. Su needs have been refined. As long as we can find the bones of a stage 9 martial artist, we can reconstruct the body. If Senior Tang Ku can do the same, that would be the best. Rong Xiu smiled. Previously, Tang Ku was not in a hurry. But ever since Chu Luiyue finished refining the pill, Tang Ku became anxious. She was worried day and night, afraid that she would come out too late and delay things. How could Tang Ku let go of a venerable god skeleton? Rong Xiu couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. But if that's the case, doesn't everyone know about the existence of Mr. Su and Senior Tang Ku? Then their identities. Chu Luiyue was a little conflicted. When they left the stone forest, the world only thought that she had obtained Tang Ku's inheritance. If Tang Ku and Su Li appeared again, it would be earth-shattering news to the entire Divine Ruins world. Rong Xiu's expression was calm. Senior Tang Ku told me before that the Tang family has been disbanded and he plans to stay in Peach Blossom Cove. If you are willing, he wants to be a nominal elder here. However, if you are unwilling, then forget it. The corners of Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. Forget it? How could he just let this go? That was Tang Ku. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. It was unknown how many people in the Divine Ruins world wanted to meet Tang Ku, but they couldn't. She had directly invited Tang Ku to become an elder and oversee the Peach Blossom Cove. How could he reject such a good thing? Su Li had expressed similar wishes before, but she did not expect Tang Ku to also. Please help me tell Senior Tang Ku that he is most welcome. Chu Luiyue stood up happily. If that's the case, then I'll go do Mr. Su's thing first. It was too easy to find the bones of a rank 9 warrior in the Peach Blossom Cove. Previously, she had already sent Shifang to look for them. Now, she could go and choose. With that, she turned around and left. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. When Chu Luiyue arrived at Shifang's courtyard, he was cooking on a stove in the corner of the courtyard. After not coming for a period of time, his small courtyard was already filled with all kinds of fruits and vegetables, and a considerable number of them had already grown. A rich fragrance wafted out, almost filling the entire courtyard. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and suddenly felt his appetite increase. In fact, at their cultivation level, they could already rely on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. It was no longer important whether they ate or not. But Shifang was very persistent. Some time ago, he had been constantly running around, planting vegetables in several places, but in the end, they did not grow. This was why he had been starving until now. This was his first meal. "You're here? Take a seat first." Shifang heard the commotion and said without turning his head. Chu Luiyue turned his head and saw a long table on the other side of the courtyard with a few stools on both sides. It seemed to have been prepared long ago. Chu Luiyue asked. "Shifang, who are you waiting for?" Hearing the voice, Shifang was shocked and quickly turned around. "Master? Why are you here?" Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. "Can't I come?" "Of course not." A voice suddenly came from behind, startling Chu Luiyue. She turned around, only to see that Sanson was already standing behind her without her knowing. Behind him stood Yujio and a few others. At this moment, they were all holding bowls and chopsticks in their hands, looking like they were about to come over to eat. Chu Luiyue glanced at them. Why are you all here?" "Master, we're here to eat." Sanson's small eyes narrowed with a smile. "If I had known that you would come, I would have brought an extra bowl." The corner of Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched. No need. I just came over to take a look. I didn't expect to bump into, Master, you're here at the right time." Shifang waved the ladle in his hand. "Please take a seat first. I have new bowls and chopsticks in my room." "That's right. You're here at the right time today. Go in. The food will get cold if we wait any longer." Let's go." Sanson and a few others surrounded Chu Luiyue and walked in. By the time Chu Luiyue reacted, she was already sitting at one end of the long table in a daze. Sanson and the others sat on both sides. Shifang was serving the dishes eagerly and diligently. Chu Luiyue glanced at them. "All vegetarian?" "Sigh, it's all tearing up." Shifang put down the last dish in his hand and said with emotion, "I've been here for too short a time and didn't have time to raise those little guys. Besides, second brother isn't here, and I don't know how to raise them, so I simply gave up. Today's meal is already hard to come by. Master, please don't mind." Chu Luiyue trembled all over. Some not-so-beautiful images surged in her mind. That's right, in the 13U palace, the second brother liked to raise little guys. In the past, they had caused a lot of trouble in the palace. Until now, she still remembered the scene of her study being occupied by a few little guys. Forget it. This is pretty good. Chu Luiyue coughed. Shifang's culinary skills were very good. Although they were all vegetarian dishes, they looked, smelled, and tasted good. This was also why Sanson and the others rushed over for this meal. "Shifang, have a seat too." Chu Luiyue looked around and asked. "We all didn't come today?" "Master, you forgot that fifth brother is in charge of guarding the door realm today," Yujio said as she placed the wooden sword by her feet. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. "Then, let's eat." "Master, wait a moment." As Shifang spoke, he placed a set of cutlery beside her. Chu Luiyue blinked. This position, just as she was thinking, another person arrived outside the door. It was Yi. He was dressed in a green robe, and his movements were like green bamboo in the wind, carrying a carefree aura. For such a person to appear here, it was really a little inappropriate. When Yi saw Chu Luiyue, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly calmed down and walked over. Everyone whispered. "Master, your seat originally belonged to Big Brother." But now that she was here, Yi could only be one seat below her. Yi quickly walked forward. "Master. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2156. Chu Luiyue waved her hand. "Sit." "Thank you, Master." After Tsin finished speaking, he readily sat down. Master, why are you free today? It's nothing big. I just came to ask Shifang for something. I just happened to make it. Tsin looked enlightened. Then you should try it too. Shifang's culinary skills are pretty good. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She wasn't here to eat today. Then she heard her own voice. Okay. After a short silence, Chu Luiyue started eating. Then Tsin. Finally, everyone was able to eat. Ah! Shifang was so touched that his eyes brimmed with tears. If I still can't eat, I'll really starve to death. Who can you blame for being too picky? Little Hachi scoffed. She picked up another mouthful of food and piled it in 13's bowl. 13, you're still growing. Eat more, okay? 13 tried his best to eat as he asked. Thank you, Sister 8. Sister 8, you don't like this dish either? Little Hachi sighed. I've been on a diet recently, so I have to eat less. 13 was stunned. Sister 8, vegetables, will get fat too? Little Hachi glanced at him resentfully. You're still young, and it's time for you to lose weight. How would you understand your Sister 8's troubles? 13 nodded as if he understood, and began to eat the food in his bowl again. Although he ate a lot and quickly, he didn't seem to be wolfing down the food. He had learned a lot after following Tsin all these years, including this. Chu Liuyue's lips twitched. Little Hachi clearly didn't like that dish. Even if she lay down all day without moving, her waist would still be thin. It was a natural trait. Speaking of which, she was second only to Shifang in terms of pickiness in the 13U tribe. By the way, when is second brother coming? Chu Luiyue looked at Tsin. Tsin paused. He sent a letter some time ago saying that he's on his way here. Judging by the time, he should be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Luiyue suddenly heard a commotion outside. They all turned their heads to look and saw a group of magical beasts suddenly swarming towards them. Chu Luiyue was stunned. These were the demonic beasts that she had brought back from the Black Demon Cave. She had already released them back into the forest, but now, suddenly, she thought of something. Second brother is back. Shifang stood up excitedly. True enough. Chu Luiyue looked over and saw a tall figure faintly discernible among the group of magical beasts. Tsin put down his chopsticks. Speak of the devil. Yujio muttered softly as she raised the wooden sword in her hand. Sanson grasped the bowl in his hand tightly and said nervously, "This is too sudden. Why didn't you tell me in advance?" 13 quickly finished the last mouthful of rice in his bowl. If he didn't eat now, he might not be able to eat later. Little Hachi got up seductively and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she was beside Chu Luiyue and held her arm. Mistress, let me lean on your shoulder for a while. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Ha ha ha. Big brother. You're all here. A thunderous voice was heard. Come, come, all of you, make way. These words were directed at the group of magical beasts. As soon as he spoke, the magic beasts that were following him obediently opened up a path, but they still followed closely behind him, blindly following his every step. If others saw this scene, their eyeballs would probably fall out of their sockets. There were at least a dozen of these magical beasts, and they were all divine beasts. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for ordinary people to get close. However, these magical beasts were all sticking to him and obeying his orders. However, Tsin and the others didn't seem surprised by this at all. To put it bluntly, to them, this scene was not as impactful as this man's appearance. He picked up a little thing hanging in front of his chest and placed it on his shoulder. Then, he walked towards everyone. This was a man who looked to be in his late 20s. He was extremely tall, almost as tall as Zichen. His skin was wheat-colored, his eyebrows were sharp, and his facial features were strong. There was a jade seal on his waist. It was the size of a thumb and was exquisite and translucent. Other than that, there were no other accessories on him. When he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he turned around and said to the magical beasts, "Stay here obediently. All of you stay here obediently. Don't move around without my orders, understand?" Those magical beasts really obediently stopped where they were. Only the one on his shoulder suddenly jumped down and ran towards 13. 13 instantly recognized that it was the red cloud leopard cub and smiled. The little scarlet cloud leopard jumped into 13's arms and was caught by him. "You also came with second brother?" The little red cloud leopard rubbed against his chest and snorted twice. "It seems like it really likes you. It actually abandoned second brother to come to you." Yu-Gi-Oh exclaimed. "Haha. You're cooking. Looks like I came at the right time." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and his gaze landed on Chu Luyue. After being stunned for a short while, his eyes quickly surged with excitement. "Master?" Chu Luyue's current appearance was almost 80% similar to before. That unique aura was really too easy to recognize. Chu Luyue sighed softly in his heart and pursed his lips into a smile. Although they had not seen each other for only a few years, to them, they had been separated by life and death. Now that they met again, everything from yesterday appeared vividly before their eyes. It was as if nothing had happened in between. They were still the same as before. "Shuang, long time no see. Welcome back. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2157. That's right. The tall and strong man in front of him was ranked second in the 13 Yu guards. He had a very memorable name, Hua Shuang. Although it sounded a little weird for a man to use these 3 words, Hua Shuang didn't think so herself. He was very open-minded about these things. Besides, it was Chu Luyue who was calling him. "Greetings, master." Hua Shuang immediately knelt on one knee and bowed solemnly. Chu Luyue raised his hand and a gentle force helped him up. "No need to be so polite, come here." Hua Shuang got up and walked forward. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the magical beasts behind him became restless again. Chu Luyue was a little helpless. "You went to tease them again?" Speaking of this, Hua Shuang was a little embarrassed. "After coming to Peach Blossom Dock, I wanted to come here directly, but I happened to meet, so I went to the mountain for a few rounds." This was also the reason why he was late to the party. Chu Luyue face-bombed. Hua Shuang had a special characteristic: he liked magical beasts. To be precise, he liked to tame beasts. Generally speaking, magical beasts were wild by nature and were naturally wary and repulsed by humans. Unless it was a contract, it was very difficult for humans to control magical beasts for their own use. But Hua Shuang was different. For some reason, he was very popular with all kinds of magical beasts and could easily tame them. He didn't expect that even the divine beasts were like this now. "It's okay, you came at the right time. We were talking about you just now. Sit." Sanson immediately moved to the side, so Yu-Gi-Oh followed suit. Hua Shuang sat down and saw Sanson beside him. He immediately laughed. "Sanson, I haven't seen you in so long, but you've become rounder. Looks like you've been living well recently." "Second brother, you're joking with me again." "Second brother, I thought that you would bring some food with you this time." Shi Fang was a little disappointed. "Master said that we were all vegetarian just now." Hua Shuang put his fist to his lips and coughed. "This. I really can't help it. I rushed over after hearing the news. It's really inconvenient to bring you along." "That's true." Shi Fang immediately felt guilty. "I didn't think it through." Hua Shuang waved her hand carelessly, indicating that she didn't care. However, this action of his caused the magical beasts guarding outside to become restless again. The few in front of them even approached them tentatively. Hua Shuang immediately raised her chin and gave them a warning look. "What did you say?" "Go back." Perhaps it was because his words were more severe this time, but after lingering at the door for a while, the magic beasts finally left reluctantly. A few of them retreated a distance away, but they still stayed behind. The atmosphere of the banquet instantly recovered from its tense state. Sanson put down the bowl in her hand. Yu-Gi-Oh released the wooden sword. 13 stroked the little red cloud leopard in his arms and thought to himself, "This time, I can eat my fill." Little Hachi gently exhaled and fanned herself with her palm. Fortunately, her new clothes and exquisite makeup wouldn't be ruined by those little things. Chu Luiyue looked at Hua Shuangshuang with appreciation. "Shuangshuang, it seems that you've improved a lot." In the past, when Hua Shuangshuang was taming beasts, she often caused a mess because she couldn't control them well. However, this time, it was very effective. Those divine beasts seemed to be exceptionally obedient. Hua Shuangshuang laughed. "It's been so long. If I can't even do this well, I really don't have the face to see you." Although she said this in a joking tone, Chu Luiyue could hear the seriousness in her words. Something seemed to surge up from the bottom of her heart. It was slightly sour and warm. "It's good that you're here," Hua Shuangshuang said. "Master, I heard that the magical beasts in Peach Blossom Dock were all brought back by you." Chu Luiyue smiled and briefly told her what happened. A trace of surprise flashed across Hua Shuangshuang's eyes. No wonder. Generally speaking, these divine beasts are arrogant and rarely live together in such a messy place. So it's because of this. Besides, with the red gold celestial phoenix suppressing them, they're much more well-behaved. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up. Hua Shuangshuang's words made sense. These magical beasts were full of respect and admiration for Dumpling. Even if Dumpling didn't care about them, they would still pay attention to them. "Oh right, actually, Dumpling is little 9. You haven't seen each other for a long time. She must miss you very much." Chu Luiyue smiled. At that time, Dumpling was still a 9-colored heavenly pheasant, which was also the highest-level magical beast in the Tianling imperial capital. When the human and beast worked together, they could be considered invincible. Thus, their relationship had always been very good. Really? Hua Shuangshuang was very surprised. Actually, she had already vaguely guessed it before. Now that she heard Chu Luiyue's confirmation, she instantly felt more at ease. But she's not here now. She's busy with other things. I'll bring you to see her later. Hua Shuangshuang immediately agreed. "Thank you, Master." Chu Luiyue paused for a moment before asking, "How have you been these few years?" On the other side, Dumpling was helping Zichen bandage his wound. She carefully removed the gauze, cleaned his wound, and applied a layer of medicine. Finally, she wrapped it again with clean white gauze. After some work, she finally clapped her hands in satisfaction. "All right. Zichen, how do you think I bandaged your wound for you?" Zichen looked down at the bow on his wrist and remained silent for a long time. "Pretty good. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2158. Dumpling was very happy to be praised. "Hee hee, don't worry. With me around, you'll recover very quickly." Zichen glanced at her. Seeing that her eyes were bright and her expression was firm, his handsome and cold brows relaxed a little. "Okay." Dumpling put away the rest of the medicine. You said that your injury will take 10 days. She turned around and looked outside. A trace of doubt flashed in her big black grape-like eyes. Why are they all here again? Zichen also noticed something and looked out of the window. Both of them were mythical beasts, so they were naturally very sensitive to the aura of mythical beasts. Many mythical beasts suddenly swarmed into the Yu residence. Except for the first time when they were brought back, such a situation had never happened again. Now, this was, I know. Tuanzi seemed to suddenly think of something and clapped her hands. He must be here. Zichen's eyes turned slightly. Him? Who? Dumpling smiled with curved eyes. You don't know him. But he's a very nice person. He's probably the only one who can bring so many mythical beasts here. Zichen looked at her cheerful smile and asked, "It seems that you have a good relationship." "Yes. It's been a long time since we last met," Dumpling said as she jumped onto a stool and swung her 2 white little feet. She rested her chin on her hands as if she was reminiscing about something. Zichen said, "Since he's here now, why don't you go and meet him?" "That won't do." Dumpling immediately propped herself up and said with a serious face, You said that I have to stay here and take care of you. How can I just leave like that?" Zichen closed his eyes. "Anyway, the medicine has been changed. There's nothing for you to do here. She won't really blame you." Dumpling pursed her lips. "That's not the case." Zichen didn't say anything else. Dumpling clasped her little hands and hesitated for a while. "Zichen, you seem to be in a bad mood?" "No." "Is it too boring to stay here?" "No." Then, Dumpling pouted and pondered seriously for a while before she calmed down again. Zichen was seriously injured and felt uncomfortable all over. It was normal for him to be in a bad mood, right? She decided not to disturb his rest. The room fell into silence again. On the other side, Chu Luiyue was a little surprised after hearing Hua Shuangshuang's words. "So you came to the Divine Ruins world with Sanson?" "Yes. But we ran into some trouble and parted ways. Originally, I wanted to contact Sanson as soon as possible and join him, but at that time, I was injured and in a coma for a long time. Fortunately, someone saved me and I survived. Later on, although his body recovered, he lost contact with Sanson. It was only when he heard about the Peach Blossom Cove that he rushed over." Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. Within the Divine Ruins world, being alone was simply too dangerous, unless one was a top-notch expert. Hua Shuangshuang had her own difficulties. Fortunately, that was all in the past. "You seem to be about to break through to the Supreme God level?" Chu Luiyue asked tentatively. Hua Shuangshuang didn't hide it and admitted frankly, "Master, you're right." "You're right, Master. I'm only one step away from Her Eminence." Although it was difficult to take this step, it was already very rare to be able to reach this level in such a short time. The 13 Yu guards were all very talented. In the past, they were trapped in the cultivation environment of Tianling, so the realm they could cultivate to was limited. But in the Divine Ruins world, the energy of heaven and earth was abundant, which was greatly beneficial for cultivation. Their strength also increased rapidly. And Hua Shuangshuang was the best among them. Sanson exclaimed, "Second brother, are you really going to break through to the Supreme God level?" Hua Shuangshuang pondered for a moment. "If I can cultivate in the Peach Blossom Cove, I should be able to smoothly break through in half a year." Everyone in the room was shocked. They all knew Hua Shuangshuang's character. He was not a person who liked to boast. On the contrary, he was very humble most of the time. Since even he said so, then, it seemed that he was 90% confident in this matter. Sanson's face was full of admiration. "Second brother, you're amazing. I'm only at level 9 now. I don't even know when I can break through to the Supreme God level." Chu Luiyue silently glanced at Sanson. This child just broke through to level 7 not long ago, right? How did he break through to level 9 so quickly and plan to become a Supreme God? Although people often said that there were Supreme Gods everywhere in the Divine Ruins world, this was ultimately an exaggeration. It was not that easy to break through to the Supreme God level. Moreover, how old was Sanson now? "I really don't know how Tsuni taught him," Hua Shuangshuang laughed. "Little Sanson, you're already better than many people. When Sanson was your age, he hadn't even broken through to level 7. The flesh on Sanson's face trembled as he tried to win back some face for himself. "But at that time, I had already started to help Master manage the finances." Chu Luiyue reminded him. "Sanson, back then, you finished reading the Tianling Imperial Capital's accounts for the past 10 years in 2 hours. This doesn't seem to affect your cultivation, right?" Sigh. Sanson shrunk his neck guiltily. Chu Luiyue teased, if this continues, you'll probably be the one who can't fight the most among the 13 you guards. Sanson moved his body and whispered. That might not be the case. If he cultivated seriously, he wouldn't be much worse than them, right? Oh right, who else is in the Divine Ruins world now? Chu Luiyue looked at Sun Yi. Sun Yi shook his head. No. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment. I've already sent Lin Qifei and the others to the New Gate world. The teleportation array between the Tianling Imperial Capital and the Tianling Imperial Capital should be completed soon. By then, it will be much more convenient to travel. You can just ask them to come over. Originally, Peach Blossom Dock had a gate world that directly connected the outside of the Divine Ruins world. However, there was a problem some time ago, so it was temporarily sealed. Chu Luiyue was just worrying about this problem when a new door appeared in front of her. This time, the people from Peach Blossom Dock could first reach the New Gate world from here before heading out of the Divine Ruins world. Although it was a little troublesome to change locations, the good thing was that the distance was not too far. Furthermore, the teleportation array in the middle was gradually being built, so it was still feasible. Yes. After the lively meal, Sun Yi and the others left. Only Hua Shuangshuang was asked to stay by Chu Luiyue. After I help Mr. Su reconstruct his body, I'll take you to see Dumpling. Hua Shuangshuang nodded in agreement at first, then suddenly realized something. Mr. Su? Which Mr. Su? Chu Luiyue's lips curved slightly. Shifang, where are the things I asked you to choose? They're over there. Come with me. Shifang knew that this matter was very important to her, so he was very cautious and meticulous. He brought Chu Luiyue to the room next door. In the room, there were 9 skeletons neatly placed. These are all carefully selected by me. They're all here. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2159. Hua Shuangshuang stood outside the door and saw the situation in the house. Her expression was strange. After not seeing her for so long, why did Master, boom? A thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Hua Shuangshuang immediately looked up and saw that the clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. A silver Tianlei was rolling in the clouds. With such a commotion, it must be something unusual. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, the Tianlei landed and went straight to the Yu residence. Hua Shuangshuang's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze followed the Tianlei and found that it finally landed somewhere in the Yu residence. Boom! In an instant, silver light splashed everywhere. Hua Shuangshuang took a few steps forward and looked over. She could vaguely see a few bright golden lights. Chu Luiyue heard the commotion and turned around to take a look. Her lips curved up. His movements are actually so fast. Looking at the situation, Rong Xiu should be able to end it very quickly. After all, Rong Xiu had the venerable god skeleton and Tang Ku was very strong. It would be much easier for them to progress. She retracted her gaze and looked at them one by one. She chose the most suitable one. This one. While Hua Shuangshuang was shocked by the commotion, Chu Luiyue brought the skeleton to the courtyard. She placed the skeleton on the ground and sat cross-legged. Chi! A reddish gold flame gushed out from her palm. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the flames suddenly flew up and landed lightly on the skeleton in front of her. A stage 9 skeleton naturally couldn't withstand the fire's strength, so Chu Luiyue had already wrapped it with her force. Wherever the flame passed, the skeleton became much cleaner than before. This was to expel the impurities in the skeleton and also to increase its toughness so that the following process could be carried out smoothly. Hua Shuangshuang was shocked. Rank 9 warrior? Master was helping a rank 9 warrior reconstruct his body? That seemed impossible, right? And over there, she seemed to be helping the venerable god reconstruct his body. What was going on? Mr. Su, you can come out now. Chu Luiyue said softly after he finished refining the skeleton. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent figure appeared in the courtyard. Fang had long known about this, but seeing Su Li with his own eyes at this time, he still felt very curious and shocked. Meanwhile, Hua Shuangshuang was completely dumbfounded. Mr. Su is a woman? He had heard of Mr. Su's name. When he heard Chu Luiyue say that he would help Mr. Su reconstruct his body, he realized that the mysterious Mr. Su was not dead. Before the waves in his heart could calm down, another wave of shock was stirred up. Su Li covered her mouth and smiled. It seems like it's better for me to appear as a man in the future to avoid scaring everyone. Chu Luiyue smiled and shook his head. I don't think Senior Tang Ku is willing. Su Li suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but she did not refute. After a short pause, she thanked Fang again. Fang was overwhelmed by the favor. He did not think that this figure that only existed in legends was actually so amiable and approachable. Mr. Su, please. Chu Luiyue's expression became much more serious. Su Li nodded and took the pill that Chu Luiyue had refined before. Her body moved, and she overlapped with the skeleton. Chu Luiyue waved his hands lightly, and the reddish-gold flames surged again. Time slowly passed, and flesh gradually grew on the skeleton. Perhaps it was because of the pill's help, the skeleton really made it through. Night fell, and Su Li's body was finally completed. Chu Luiyue's eyes were fixed on it, not daring to relax at all. She knew that the closer it was to the end, the more she could not be careless. This pill was not easy to obtain, and Su Li's soul power was weak to begin with. If she did not succeed this time, it would have a great impact on Su Li. Kaboom! Not far away, another Tianlei fell. The next moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. Bathed in lightning. Chu Luiyue quickly looked up, and her heart skipped a beat. Although she could not see the face clearly, she was sure that the person was Tang Ku. The appearance of Her Eminence caused a great commotion. Everyone in Peach Blossom Dock City looked in the direction of the Yu residence. This commotion. Someone has broken through to Her Eminence? No way. This is not how Her Eminence breaks through. But the aura around that person is indeed that of Her Eminence. Just now, several Tianlei fell and a golden light appeared in the Yu residence. Could it be, the Holy Sun has made his move? Just as everyone was puzzled, the figure in the sky finally devoured the last Tianlei's energy. His figure and appearance gradually came into view. Seeing the unfamiliar face, many people looked at each other. There was no such person in Peach Blossom Dock City. At this moment, the man cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Tang Ku of the Tang family thanks Holy Sun Yu for saving my life. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. Tang family? Which Tang family? I don't think there is such a family in the Divine Ruins world. Tang Ku. This is the Holy Son of Craftsmanship, Tang Ku. Which other Tang family could it be? In this world, only one person dares to call himself Tang Ku of the Tang family. After a short moment of silence, everyone came to their senses. For a moment, the entire Peach Blossom Dock was in deep shock and excitement. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that Tang Ku was still alive. More importantly, he said that he thanked the two people for saving his life. Didn't they say that the Yu residents had inherited Senior Tang Ku's legacy? How? How did he even manage to save someone? Chu Luiyue retracted his gaze and took out a 2-tian baby. The lush green leaves swayed gently. Whoosh! The surrounding energy of heaven and earth began to rush into Su Li's body. She had not broken through to High God, so she could not use Tianlei to refine her body. Using the 2-tian baby was a good choice. The rich energy and vigorous vitality flowed into Su Li's body continuously. Then, she finally opened her eyes. A pair of eyes that were as gentle as spring water shone brightly. Chu Luiyue was overjoyed. It's done. However, just as she was about to stop, she suddenly realized that the energy was still rushing towards Su Li. Boom! In the sky, a Tianlei suddenly appeared. Chu Luiyue looked up and instantly understood what was going on. Su Li. Is she going to break through to High God? Just as the thought flashed across her mind, the Tianlei suddenly fell and went straight for Su Li. Su Li also looked up and looked at the Tianlei. There was no trace of fear on her face. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. She had always known that her talent as a martial artist was extremely average. She might not be able to break through to High God in her lifetime. But this time. Is my chance finally here? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2160. While the people in the city were still shocked by Tang Ke's appearance, another figure flew out of the Yu mansion. It was obviously a woman. Before the people could tell who it was, they saw Tianlei striking down. The woman's figure was instantly enveloped by the light. Who's that? I didn't see clearly. But it's strange. Chu Luiyue stood up and looked up at the figure shrouded in the light. She only wanted to help Su Li reconstruct her body, but she did not expect that. Soon, the light surged into Su Li's body, and her aura surged. She had officially broken through to the High God level. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the woman. She was wearing a long dress, and her hair was long enough to reach her ankles. A ruby headband was tied around her forehead. She had a beautiful face and a gentle temperament. She just stood there, and even the night wind seemed to have become gentler. This woman. She's very beautiful. After a while, someone spoke. But her strength is nothing in Peach Blossom Dock, right? That was the truth. There were many high gods in Peach Blossom Dock, not to mention Shangguan Jing and the other high gods. This woman looked to be in her 20s. To them, breaking through to the high god level at such a young age was nothing out of the ordinary. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, he felt a chill on his back. He turned his head instinctively and saw Tang Ke looking at him. Tang Ke's expression was very calm, but when her eyes looked over, there was an invisible pressure that was hard to bear. The man who spoke panicked, and his legs turned to jelly. Did he say something wrong just now? Let me introduce you. Tang Ke said. This is my wife, Su Li, everyone. Su Li. Chu Luiyue. She knew that this woman had been in love with Mr. Su for a long time, but wasn't she a little too fast? Why did she feel that this woman was a little thick-skinned? Su Li glared at Tang Ke. Tang Ke, what are you talking about? They hadn't even started anything yet, and they were already husband and wife? How could such a thing happen? Tang Ke was surprised. Lizzie, we have been buried together for tens of thousands of years. Aren't we husband and wife? Su Li was speechless. Chu Luiyue applauded and gave him a thumbs up. How was this being thick-skinned? This was clearly being shameless. On the other side of the courtyard, Rong Xiu stood with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yan Qing behind him. Well, at least he was smarter than this. Yan Qing had a blank expression on his face. Master, did I do anything wrong? Rong Xiu shook his head. No, even if his brain was smashed, he still wouldn't be enlightened, so why bother? Everyone in the Peach Blossom Dock was watching the situation. When they heard Tang Ke's words, everyone was shocked. Wasn't Tang Ke unmarried? Why did he suddenly have a wife? They even said that they had been buried together for tens of thousands of years. Then why did they come out now? In addition, this woman's attitude towards Tang Ke. Isn't it a little too casual? Isn't he just an exalted god? At this moment, Rong Xiu's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Congratulations, Senior Tang Ke. Congratulations, Mr. Su. His thin scarlet lips curled up slightly, and his attitude was very polite. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. Mr. Su? Damn. Don't tell me it's Mr. Su who fought with Senior Tang Ke back then. Su Li looked at the person who spoke and said seriously, it's me. Why, is it strange? Everyone was speechless. It wasn't strange. It was magical. Hua Shuang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't be blamed for overreacting just now. It was just too shocking. Didn't you see how many people were shocked speechless by the news? In comparison, his performance just now was not bad. Chu Luiyue also flew over. The two seniors have successfully reconstructed their bodies, and Mr. Su has successfully become an exalted god. This is great news. This sentence could be considered as an explanation for everyone. After a short pause, everyone gradually came to their senses. Buried together for tens of thousands of years, reconstructed their bodies. In that case, not only did Master Yu obtain Senior Tang Ke's inheritance, but he also brought the two of them back? Someone exclaimed. Not only did he bring them back, but he also helped them reconstruct their bodies. Tang Ke was in a good mood and immediately said, "That's right. My wife and I are very fated with the Saint and Master Yu. Plus, we are very grateful for your help this time, so we plan to stay in Peach Blossom Dock from now on." Everyone was silent for a moment. Both of them were going to stay in Peach Blossom Dock. What did this mean? It went without saying. In the past 10,000 years, there had only been 2 weapon refining saints in the entire Divine Ruins world. And now, both of them were going to stay in Peach Blossom Dock and become members of the Yu family. When the news spread, it would shake the entire Divine Ruins world. If the Yu family had finally gained a foothold in the Divine Ruins world before, then they were almost at the top now. Tang Ke and Su Li's attitude was very significant. Chu Luiyue cupped his fists and thanked them solemnly. It's Peach Blossom Dock's blessing that the two seniors have such intentions. The news of Tang Ke and Su Li's reappearance spread throughout the Divine Ruins world at the fastest speed. Many people's first reaction was disbelief. But after asking around, they found out that it was true. Not only that, the two of them were going to stay in Peach Blossom Dock. It was obvious that they were going to stand on their side. For a moment, the entire Divine Ruins world was shaken. Everyone knew that in this way, the situation of the Divine Ruins world would definitely change greatly. And at this time, the choice to make was extremely important. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2161. Family Wei. Wei Song hurried to Wudong Garden. This was Wei Zai's residence, but Wei Qihan was the only one guarding the door. Where's the family head? He hasn't come out yet? Wei Song stood outside the courtyard and looked inside. Wei Qihan nodded. Yes. Wei Song frowned. Ever since Wei Zai returned from Peach Blossom Cove yesterday, he had locked himself in his room and hadn't come out since. No one knew what had happened to him at Peach Blossom Cove. The entire family Wei was talking about it. Wei Song was about to walk in when Wei Qihan stopped him. Elder Wei Song, the family head said he wants to be alone. You should wait a little longer, I have something to report to the family head. This matter cannot be delayed. Wei Song frowned. Are you trying to stop me? Wei Qihan's heart trembled. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step back. I wouldn't dare. Even though they were both elders, Wei Song's status in the family Wei was revered. Wei Qihan could not compare to him. Wei Song walked straight to Wei Zai's room. At the same time, Wei Zai closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. His brows were furrowed, and he looked tired. He had been in this position for a day and a night. Currently, there were 2 paths in front of him. Either he kept his promise with Rong Xiu and sent Wei Shiping to Peach Blossom Cove. Or he bowed his head to Jun Zhuqing and continued to stand on his side. These 2 choices had their pros and cons for him and the entire family Wei. But he did not trust Rong Xiu, nor did he trust Jun Zhuqing. No matter what he did, he would be handing Wei Shiping over to others to do whatever they wanted with him. He would be in a passive position. Wei Zai did not want to choose either of these 2 paths. But now, everything was clearly out of his control. Patriarch? Hearing the sound outside, he finally pulled himself back from his thoughts. Elder Wei Song? Please come in. Wei Song pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he walked in, he saw the haggard Wei Zhe, and the confusion in his heart deepened. What is the patriarch worried about? After so many years, he had rarely seen Wei Zhe like this. Wei Zhe shook his head and rubbed his face. Nothing, it's just that I suddenly thought of sheeping. Wei Song understood. Elder Wei Song said that he had something important to report. What is it? Wei Zhe asked. Wei Song's expression instantly turned serious. It seems that the family head still doesn't know that Tang Ku and Mr. Su have appeared. Wei Zhe didn't react for a moment. What did you say? The two of them didn't truly die back then. Instead, they each left behind a soul. Moreover, they had already reconstructed their physical bodies. It was said that Rong Xiao and Sheng Guanyu had helped them. Wei Song took a deep breath. More importantly, the two of them said that they would stay in Peach Blossom Dock from now on. Hearing this, Wei Zhe suddenly realized what had happened. He stood up abruptly. The chair behind him fell heavily to the ground from the impact. However, Wei Zhe couldn't care less at this time. What you said is all true? It's absolutely true. Now that the news has spread, everyone in the Divine Ruins world should know. Wei Song knew what he was thinking and shook his head. It can't be fake. In this world, no one would dare to impersonate Tang Ku and Mr. Su. Wei Zhe's heart sank. That's right. Even if someone ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, they would never dare to do such a thing. Besides, everyone thought that the two of them had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Who would think of impersonating them? Everything could only prove that all of this was true. Tang Ku. Mr. Su. Wei Zhe murmured and slammed his fist on the table. When they left Tang Ku's tomb, they must have, he didn't notice it at all. Actually, he wasn't the only one. There were so many people who went to the stone forest at that time, but no one noticed anything strange. Previously, everyone was at most envious and jealous of them for obtaining Tang Ku's inheritance. Now, the only two artifact refining saints had become their people. Peach Blossom Dock was not to be trifled with, and now they were going to dominate. Wei Song looked at Wei Zhe with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. This was indeed shocking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over after hearing about it. However, Wei Zhe's reaction was too big. Master, what did you say to them when you went to Peach Blossom Dock? If it was really as Wei Zhe said before, that he had gone to resolve the misunderstanding, then it shouldn't be like this now, right? Wei Song felt that there was something wrong with this. Wei Zhe took a deep breath and said, nothing. Because of sheeping, I was a little estranged with them. There was also some unhappiness in Tang Ku's tomb. That's why they suspected that I was behind the Mahayana sex incident. But now, everything has been explained clearly. Wei Song didn't believe Wei Zhe's words and said half tentatively, he said tentatively, that's good. With Tang Ku and Tang Ku's support, Rong Xiao and Sheng Guanyu will be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Even if we can't be friends with them, we definitely can't be enemies with them. Wei Zhe closed his eyes and was silent for a long time before he said, you're right. After such a big thing happened, we still have to do something. Master, you mean, I'll leave immediately and go to Peach Blossom Dock again to give them a congratulatory gift. Take it as, for family Wei. Again? Wei Song was a little hesitant. For the current Peach Blossom Dock, it was a little too late to curry favor, right? Wei Zhe laughed self-deprecatingly. No matter what, I have to go this time. Wei Song felt that Wei Zhe was implying something, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was nothing wrong with what Wei Zhe had done. After all, this was something that would bring more benefits to the entire family Wei. Master, what do you plan to choose as a congratulatory gift? The clan stockpile, I already have a choice in my heart. Elder Wei Song, you don't have to worry about it. Wei Zhe closed his eyes. I want to rest for a while. Elder Wei Song, if there's nothing else, please go ahead. Wei Song wanted to say something, but when he saw Wei Zai's tired expression, he swallowed his words and only nodded before turning to leave. The door closed, and the room fell into a dead silence again. After a long time, Wei Zai sighed deeply. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Peach Blossom Dock. Tang Ku and Su Li's appearance caused a huge uproar in the city. However, the two people in the center of the storm chose to quietly stay in the Yu residence, as if they had made up their minds to live here from now on. With this matter settled, Chu Luiyue felt much more relaxed. Thus, when the matter was over, she brought Hua Shuangshuang to find Dumpling the next morning. The only thing that Chu Luiyue did not have the strength to complain was that when they arrived outside the courtyard, more than 10 magical beasts followed behind them. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2162. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Chu Luiyue looked at Hua Shuangshuang speechlessly. It was really close to where she lived. However, in this short distance, these magical beasts came to entangle him again. A few of them were still hanging on Hua Shuangshuang's body. Shuangshuang, why do I feel like they like you more than before? At first, she thought she was wrong, but after 2 days of observation, she realized that she was right. These divine beasts, no matter what species they were or what temperament they had, all of them liked to stick to him when they met him. She wondered what kind of mysterious constitution he had. Hua Shuangshuang laughed. Don't worry, they are very obedient. They won't cause trouble. As he spoke, he pulled the few of them off his body and put them on the ground. He turned around and said, okay, stay here. Don't go in and cause trouble. Chu Luiyue smiled. Shuangshuang, don't worry. They dare to cause trouble anywhere in the Yu residence, but not here. Hua Shuangshuang quickly understood. Because of little Dumpling? Dumpling was now a crimson gold celestial phoenix and a young master with the purest bloodline. She could be considered the most noble existence. When these demonic beasts saw her, they naturally felt a kind of reverence from the depths of their bones. Chu Luiyue smiled and nodded, then walked inside. Dumpling should already know that you are here, but I asked her to take care of Zichen, so she has been staying here. She must be very happy to see you. Zichen? Hua Shuangshuang was stunned for a moment, then understood. Is that your other contracted magical beast? Hua Shuangshuang had heard that Chu Luiyue had 2 divine beasts. Yes. Hua Shuangshuang sighed. I heard that it is a legendary 3-eyed eagle with the bloodline of the great phoenix dragon. It must be very extraordinary. As Chu Luiyue walked in, she raised her voice and shouted. Dumpling. Look who is here. At that moment, Dumpling was about to change Zichen's bandages. When she heard the noise, her eyes lit up and she looked outside excitedly. Zichen looked up at her and reached out his hand. Give me the medicine. Dumpling retracted her gaze and avoided his hand. How can that be? You haven't recovered yet, so I'll have to do it. Zichen looked at her calmly. It's rare for friends to meet, and since you're already here, there's no reason to not meet. That's right. Dumpling thought about it and suddenly felt that Zichen's words made sense. She put the medicine aside and asked eagerly, Then why don't I go take a look first? Then I'll come back and help you change your bandages? Zichen nodded. Go ahead. I knew Zichen was the best. Dumpling immediately jumped up in joy. She turned around and ran out barefoot. In the blink of an eye, her small figure disappeared from the room. Only the crisp sound of a bell could be heard faintly. Zichen closed his eyes and planned to rest. Then, Dumpling's excited screams came clearly from outside. Das Wang. Zichen opened his eyes. Dumpling ran out and saw Hua Shuangshuang. She was excited. Das Wang. It's really you. It's really you. When Hua Shuangshuang saw Dumpling, she was stunned at first. Then she remembered that she had now transformed into a human. Although she looked completely different from before, and even her bloodline had changed, her aura was still very familiar. He immediately broke into a big smile and opened his arms. Little Jiao. He picked up Dumpling and weighed her in his arms. Look at me, I was so excited to see you that I forgot that you're not called Little Jiao anymore, but Dumpling. Among the 13 new guards, he was the closest to Dumpling. He was used to calling her Little Jiao, and it was hard for him to change it. Dumpling giggled. It's okay. You can call me whatever you want. Hua Shuangshuang laughed and looked at her carefully. Little Jiao, did you miss me? Within the room, a wisp of irritation flashed through Zichen's eyes. He couldn't sleep anymore. He lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and walked to the door. When he arrived at the door, he saw Dumpling hugging Hua Shuangshuang's neck and nodding. Yes, yes. Chu Luiyue saw Zichen first and said in surprise. Zichen, why did you come out? Zichen looked indifferent. There's no reason to lie down all the time when there's a guest. Besides, my injuries are almost healed. As he spoke, he looked at Hua Shuangshuang. This is Zichen. Dumpling turned around and waved at Zichen excitedly. Let me introduce you. This is Da Huang. He used to be my underling. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dumpling, how long ago was that? Besides, Shuangshuang used to let you have your way. Hua Shuangshuang laughed even more happily. Master, don't worry. Little Jiao is right. I did follow Little Jiao a few years ago. Dumpling made a face proudly. Chu Luiyue smiled helplessly. You're the only one who spoils her. In the past few years, the two of them had caused a lot of trouble for the demonic beasts in Tianling Imperial City. Dumpling said again. Da Huang, this is Zichen. He got injured because he tried to save me. Hua Shuangshuang suddenly understood. I see. Dumpling patted his shoulder. Okay. I have to go back and change Zichen's bandages. I'll come find you when I'm done. Hua Shuangshuang put Dumpling down and saluted Zichen. Thank you for taking care of Little Jiao. Zichen said indifferently. It's my pleasure. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2163. Hua Shuangshuang was stunned for a moment. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Zichen didn't seem to welcome her very much. Dumpling ran to Zichen's side and looked up at him. Zichen, did I wake you up just now? She remembered that Zichen was going to rest. Zichen glanced at her. No. After pausing for a moment, he casually added another sentence. Maybe it's because the wound is recovering, so I can't sleep. That's true. Tuanzi thought of her injury. Every time it was time for the scab to form, the wound would feel itchy and uncomfortable. Zichen probably felt the same way. But this also means that you're almost recovered. Let's go, I'll help you change the dressing. It was always right to change the dressing and clean it up. Zichen raised his eyes and looked at Hua Shuangshuang. This isn't appropriate, is it? You haven't seen your friends for a long time, your injury is more important now. Dumpling still knew what was important at this critical moment. Chu Luiyue also said, Dumpling is right. You should take care of your body first. I brought Shuangshuang here today to say hello to Dumpling. Zichen's eyes moved slightly. He nodded and turned back. Chu Luiyue looked at Hua Shuangshuang. Zichen was injured while saving Dumpling. Dumpling has been feeling very guilty, so I asked her to stay here to take care of Zichen. Hua Shuangshuang nodded. Dumpling is pure and kind. She must be very sad about this. This is a good thing for her. Chu Luiyue smiled slightly. Zichen's blood is very powerful. He should be able to recover soon. When the time comes, I'll send Dumpling to find you. Hua Shuangshuang laughed. There's no hurry. Anyway, I'm relieved to see that she's fine today. Chu Luiyue raised his voice and said, Dumpling, Zichen, we won't disturb you anymore. We'll leave first. Chen had just laid down. Dumpling was holding the medicine bottle in her hand. She turned her head and responded. Okay. Chu Luiyue and Hua Shuangshuang quickly left. Dumpling put the medicine bottle down and untied the bow around Zi's wrist. Chen looked down at her. After a moment, he asked, actually, my injuries are almost healed. Why don't I go and tell Master? Dumpling shook her head like a rattle. No. You say 10 days, not a day. She removed the gauze and saw that Zichen's wound had indeed begun to scab. It was just that the wound was too large, so it still looked ghastly. Shuangshuang frowned slightly. Then, she carefully applied the medicine and changed the gauze to a clean one. Zichen didn't say anything else. He leaned against the headboard and his eyebrows relaxed a little. Then, he heard Dumpling mumbling to herself, anyway, Daswang will be staying in Peach Blossom Dock from now on. It won't be too late to find him later. Zichen looked at her again. Dumpling seemed to sense his gaze. She raised her head and blinked a few times. What's wrong? Zichen, are you in a bad mood again? No. Yes. As Tuanzi spoke, she leaned forward and reached out her small hand to poke at the corner of his lips. You're not smiling. Zichen grabbed her hand, paused for a moment, and said, it's just that the wound hurts a little. Dumpling immediately understood. Then, she felt guilty. Was I too rough just now? Then I'll be more careful, Zichen replied with a Then, he let go of her hand and closed his eyes gently. Dumpling lowered her head and treated the wound more carefully. Chu Luiyue, who had just walked out of the courtyard, heard this and looked back with a strange expression. Was she hallucinating? Did Zichen just say that the wound hurts a little? Was there a mistake? This man was a tough guy who wouldn't cry out even if he was smashed to pieces. The wound had healed a lot. Why would he cry out in pain? Hua Shuangshuang also stopped and followed Chu Luiyue's gaze. Master, what's wrong? He didn't know Zichen, so he naturally didn't notice anything wrong. Chu Luiyue shook her head. Nothing. Let's go. There are more and more strange things happening recently. After walking for a while, Hua Shuangshuang opened her mouth. Master, Zichen, he doesn't seem to welcome me. How can that be? Chu Luiyue smiled. Zichen has always been cold to everyone. You don't have to worry about it. Hua Shuangshuang was relieved. That's good. He had a special physique and had a strong affinity with all kinds of magical beasts. Only when he met Zichen did he feel that something was wrong. He was probably wrong. After parting with Hua Shuangshuang, Chu Luiyue returned to her courtyard. Rong Xiao was writing a list for Yanqing. That's all for now. You must send it here within 5 days. Yanqing took the list with both hands and quickly put it away. Yes. Then, he respectfully retreated. When he came out, he bumped into Chu Luiyue. He bowed and left in a hurry. Chu Luiyue looked at his back and asked curiously, what did you do for him? What did you ask him to do? Why are you in such a hurry? Nothing. He just went back to the Yuntian Tower to get some things. Rong Xiao smiled faintly. They are all things that Senior Tang Ku wants. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. Why didn't Senior Tang Ku tell me what he needs? Doesn't Peach Blossom Dock have any? Rong Xiao said, he just came here. He came just now. You weren't here, so I agreed. He just needs some materials for refining. Peach Blossom Dock has some, but not many. Yuntian Tower happened to have some in stock, so I asked Yanqing to get them. I see. Tang Ku was a blacksmith. Of course, he needed things related to refining. Although Peach Blossom Dock was rich in energy, it was still inferior to the Yuntian Tower in terms of materials. Chu Luiyue touched his chin. In that case, should I prepare some for Mr. Su? That's not necessary. Senior Tangku already asked for them for Mr. Su. After all, both of them were blacksmithing saints and had fought with each other before. No one knew each other better than they did in this regard. Chu Luiyue clicked his tongue. Senior Tangku is really something. He had just turned her into his wife, and now he was chasing after her. Su Li had not seen him for the past 2 days, but he had come up with such a plan. Even Chu Luiyue had to admit that she was impressed. Rong Xiu's thin lips curved up as he looked at her. Senior Tangku is planning to make some supremacy divine artifacts. Speaking of this, Chu Luiyue furrowed her brows. Making a supremacy divine artifact was not a problem for Tangku. More importantly, what about the divine artifacts? According to Su Li, they were able to make 10 divine artifacts because of the sudden appearance of the armillary shield. But now, it was probably impossible to refine a sacred artifact. Suddenly, she thought of something. By the way, do you remember Senior Tangku said that Taizu is very likely to become a blacksmith saint? The wonderful book house. Chapter 2164. Rong Xiu nodded. He did say that. This sentence was said in front of everyone at that time, and it was precisely because of this that Shangguan Jing's reputation in the Divine Ruins world was also great. Everyone was secretly watching to see if he could really successfully break through to become a refining saint. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment and briefly repeated what Su Li had said before. If what Mr. Su said is true, there should be no one in the current Divine Ruins world who can successfully refine a sacred artifact. Then what Mr. Tangku said, in a sense, has become an unachievable expectation. Rong Xiu's eyes moved slightly. Mr. Su said that to you? Chu Luiyue nodded. Rong Xiu paused for a moment and smiled. Then she probably misunderstood something. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Senior Tangku also mentioned this to me before, but his statement is a little different from Mr. Su's. Do you still remember the pavilion in the air that appeared in the Red Moon Desert before? Of course Chu Luiyue remembered. Everything that happened there could be said to be vivid in her mind. Then, what's the problem? Rong Xiu stretched out his hand and made a gesture. Chu Luiyue instantly realized something. You mean that square? Rong Xiu nodded. Obviously, the celestial shield came from there. Since the appearance of the celestial shield back then could prompt Senior Tangku to refine the 10 great sacred artifacts, then the rest might not be impossible. At that time, Senior Tangku also said that there was a power of the same origin as the celestial shield in that square. Perhaps, that was the secret of the sacred artifact. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a long time, and a huge storm was set off in her heart. Yes. No one knew better than her that the Black Jade Square was indeed closely related to the Celestial Shield. In that case, in the world, there is still a chance to refine a sacred artifact? Rong Xiu smiled and looked outside. In theory, yes. However, I'm afraid it's still extremely difficult to achieve. Chu Luiyue fell into deep thought. Although Tangku and Mr. Su's level in refining was comparable, in many other things, Tangku was obviously more experienced and far-sighted, and could make more accurate judgments. Su Li had been in a deep sleep for 10,000 years, so it was normal that she did not know anything about the world. Since Tangku said so, there must be a reason. If it was really because the Armillary Heaven shield was peeled off from the Black Jade Square that gave birth to the 10 great sacred artifacts, then, there might be an even more astonishing power stored in the Black Jade Square. That's not an illusion. Chu Luiyue said firmly. It must really exist. Yan Qing left Peach Blossom Dock and went straight to the Yuntian Tower. However, just as he was about to reach the Yuntian Tower, he suddenly changed direction and arrived in front of a door. The Yuntian Tower guarded 3 door realms, and the one that Yan Qing came to was the most confidential. In the entire Yuntian Tower, there were very few people who had the right to enter and leave. A guard in black armor was in charge of guarding the door. When he saw Yan Qing, he immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Yan Qing. Yan Qing nodded. I'm going out for a while. Yes. The guard did not ask any questions and let Yan Qing pass. The ripples shook, and Yan Qing's figure disappeared behind the door. Country Yaochen. As night fell, the originally noisy streets gradually became deserted. Shops of all sizes on both sides of the street also closed for business. Yan Gu locked the door and hummed a tune as he leisurely returned to his residence. However, just as he returned to his bedroom, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Who is it? He spoke with extreme vigilance. A figure walked out of the darkness, and a handsome face gradually appeared. When he saw the person's face clearly, Yan Gu instantly heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Yan Qing, are you trying to scare me to death? He was still wondering who it was. Master has orders. When Yan Qing spoke, Yan Ji's expression immediately turned serious. What is it? Yan Qing took out a list and handed it over. It was the list that Rong Xiu had given him previously. This is what Master wants. Go back and get it as soon as possible. Yan Gu received it with both hands respectfully. After looking at it carefully, he looked at Yan Qing in surprise. These are all top-notch goods. Why does Master suddenly want so much? Yan Qing's expression was cold. Master's intentions are not something that you and I can guess. Yan Gu snorted. You have been by Master's side for the longest time. You have already guessed countless times. What's wrong with me guessing once? You have 3 days. Yan Qing could not be bothered to talk nonsense. If you are late, don't worry. 3 days is more than enough. Yan Gu kept the list and raised his eyebrows proudly. Leave this to me. I guarantee that there will be no problem. Master said that once this deal is over, you don't have to stay in Yaochen anymore. Yan Qing's words immediately shocked Yan Gu. Really? Yan Qing nodded. Master means that it is time for you to go back. Yan Gu slapped his thigh. He was so emotional that tears flowed down his face. I have waited for this day for so long. Only God knew that he had been bored to death after staying here for so many years. Master had finally spoken. He was so emotional. Boo-hoo. Yan Qing's expression was still cold, but he did not hide the disdain in his eyes. Yan Gu did not care about this. After all, Yan Qing had been like an iceberg for so many years. He happily leaned forward and asked, "What's the matter?" Then. Master should be going back soon, right? Where is Madam? She should be with you, right? Yan Qing took half a step back and turned to leave. Just wait over there. I will come back to collect the items 3 days later at the same time. With that, the air vibrated, and his figure disappeared from the room. Hey! Don't go. Finish what you were saying. Yan Gu shouted twice. However, Yan Qing left quickly and did not even look at him. Really? With this temper, he will not be able to find a wife in the future. Yan Gu snorted. Then, he remembered what he had just said and became happy again. He had been waiting for this day for so long that his wrinkles had increased by quite a few. Now, he was no longer in the mood to sleep. He simply packed up and set off quickly. After Wei Zhe left Chingu Slope, he went straight to Peach Blossom Cove. Of course, this time, he brought Wei Shiping with him. Father, what do you think Rong Xiu is planning? Wei Shiping's voice came from the universe ring. He sounded nervous and doubtful. Wei Zhe shook his head. I don't know either. Rong Xiu was very scheming. He could not see anything. But now that Peach Blossom Cove and Yuntian Tower have joined forces, their forces are growing stronger day by day. It is not easy to provoke them. He should have other plans. After all, if he really wanted to kill you, he would have done it long ago. He would not have waited until now. Before he could finish, a gust of cold air came. Wei Zhe stood still and looked in front of him in shock. Who is it? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2165. Wei Zhe, how dare you? A cold and lazy voice sounded. Wei Zhe was shocked. Jun Juqing? He knew that something was wrong and turned to run. However, he found that he couldn't move. The space around him had been frozen. Looking at the faint light in the surrounding space, Wei Zhe became more and more nervous. This was Jun Juqing's god domain. He quickly mobilized the force in his body and summoned his god domain at the same time, wanting to fight against it. However, what shocked him even more was that he was suppressed by Jun Juqing's god domain and couldn't summon his god domain. The importance of a god domain in a fight between god-level experts was self-evident. Once one side had the upper hand in this aspect, the victory was basically locked in. It was the same now. Wei Zhe's heart was filled with panic. He knew that Jun Juqing was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Such a god domain pressure could effortlessly crush him. Jun Juqing's figure slowly appeared. He looked at Wei Zhe with a lazy expression, but his eyes were extremely cold as he said slowly, "Don't worry." He said slowly, "It seems that you've forgotten what I said earlier." Wei Zhe wanted to defend himself, but the moment he met Jun Juqing's gaze, he knew that Jun Juqing must know everything. His throat tightened, and his heart beat violently. The wound on his arm seemed to hurt again. I was forced to do it. Wei Zhe didn't want to fight Jun Juqing head-on. That was tantamount to courting death. His mind spun wildly, searching for all kinds of reasons. Rong Xiu and Rong Xiu know about the Mahayana sect. If I don't do as he says, he will make this matter public. At that time, my whole family Wei and I will suffer a huge blow. Jun Juqing suddenly laughed, his expression mocking and contemptuous. The only one who will be criticized is yourself. So what if you have a family Wei? After all, you've been keeping this from the family Wei from beginning to end. You're just worried that you'll be banished by the family Wei once this matter is exposed. Wei Zhe's face turned pale, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Jun Juqing was right. This was what he was most worried about. Arranging informants in the Mahayana sect was not a big deal in itself. But more importantly, that person had attacked Chu Luiyue. This could be considered a big trouble, and even provoked other aristocratic families because of it. Once everyone knew that he was the mastermind, they would definitely launch a crusade against the family Wei. When the time came, the family Wei and the others would most likely push him out to protect themselves. Then he would really be alone and helpless. So after weighing the pros and cons, he could only compromise with Rong Xiu. I warned you back then not to get involved in this mess. You didn't listen, so who can you blame? Jun Juqing stretched out his hand. Give me that thing. What he wanted was the hammer. Wei Zhe instinctively chose to refuse. No. What are you trying to do? Wei Shiping was still in there. He did not dare to think about the consequences of falling into Jun Juqing's hands under such circumstances. Jun Juqing's lips curled into a sinister smile, but his voice was unquestionable. I'll say it one last time. Give it to me. Wei Zhe was deeply conflicted. This thing originally belonged to Jun Juqing. If it had been before, Wei Zhe would have agreed to it without a second thought. But it was different now. He was very worried about what Jun Juqing would do. Family I was just confused. Please let me go this time. I promise. Jun Juqing's patience had run out. He gently raised his hand, and the surrounding space instantly began to crumble. A terrifyingly powerful aura covered the sky. In an instant, several bloody wounds appeared on Wei Zhe's body. Screech! The half-folded divine vulture suddenly appeared. The thick smell of blood made it very excited. Its bloodthirsty eyes stared fixedly at Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe's heart skipped a beat. In the next instant, the half-folded divine vulture pounced on him. Chi! Almost at the same time, an extremely sharp aura flew over. Wei Zhe felt a chill on his wrist. When he looked down, he realized that Jun Zhoqing had cut off his hand without hesitation. Then, intense pain shot through his body. However, Wei Zhe could no longer care about himself. He could only look ahead in horror. His hand was crushed by a terrifying aura in midair and instantly exploded. The interspatial ring on top of his hand flew to Jun Zhoqing. Jun Zhoqing raised his hand. He did not touch the blood-stained interspatial ring. Instead, he pointed at it. Bang! The interspatial ring shattered. Everything that had been stored inside flew out. That included the iron hammer. Jun Zhoqing put it away. Then, without even looking at it, he waved his sleeves and burned the rest of the items to ashes. Jun Zhoqing. You, Wei Zhe panicked when he saw that Wei Shiping had fallen into Jun Zhoqing's hands. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the half-folded divine vulture pounced. Although Wei Zhe was quite powerful, he had already been injured. Now, his mind was in a mess and he had basically lost his ability to fight. The half-folded divine vulture did not waste too much time killing him. Jun Zhoqing glanced over indifferently. A cold smile appeared on his lips. The flesh of a god-level expert tastes better after all. Screech. The half-folded divine vulture screeched. Wei Zhe's voice gradually became softer. Jun Zhoqing said indifferently. Wei Shiping, do you see that? This is what you get for having disloyal thoughts. Remember, your father died because of you. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2166. Peach Blossom Cove. Chu Luiyue was cultivating in her room. A silver Xian formation was quietly floating in front of her. The Xian formation was incomparably complicated and dazzling. Unfortunately, it wasn't complete and there were a few areas that seemed to be incomplete. Chu Luiyue had already stared at it for a long time and her brows were slightly knitted. No. It's not like this. This incomplete Xian formation was the Sky Shuttle formation. Chu Luiyue relied on her memory and barely sketched out the rough outline. However, because she wasn't strong enough, she couldn't display its complete appearance. When she was at Lingxiao College, she repaired the Sky Shuttle formation with Dabao's help. If she wanted to use it completely, it would be much more difficult. After Chu Luiyue returned from the Red Moon Desert, she studied the Sky Shuttle formation whenever she had time. Unfortunately, she didn't make much progress. Recalling the scene of Rong Xiu effortlessly using the Sky Shuttle formation, Chu Luiyue felt a headache coming on. The gap between two people was simply too great. She felt that Rong Xiu didn't spend much time on cultivation, but his strength in all aspects had been increasing at an astonishing speed. Every time she thought that their strength should be close, Rong Xiu would always display an even more shocking level. It was only in front of him that Chu Luiyue experienced what was called frustration. You, little you, A familiar voice sounded. Chu Luiyue waved her hand and dispersed the Xian formation in front of her. She stood up and walked outside. Mr. Su? Why are you here? Su Li took a step forward and looked a little embarrassed. Little you, I'm here to ask you for a favor. Chu Luiyue asked curiously, what favor? Just say it. Su Li bit her lips and said, I need some materials for refining. Do you have any here? Chu Luiyue was stunned. Su Li explained, it's like this, Tang Ke seems to be preparing to refine tools recently, and I also want to, but I'm lacking some things, so I wonder if you have any? Chu Luiyue was even more puzzled. Senior Tang Ke asked for it from Rong Xiu before, and also asked for one for you. Don't you know? Su Li was stunned. Really? Of course. I saw it with my own eyes that day. As Chu Luiyue spoke, he suddenly thought of something and the corner of his mouth twitched. So. Senior Tang Ke hasn't told you? Su Li shook her head. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt as if he had accidentally done something wrong. So. Tang Ke didn't say it on purpose and planned to give it to Su Li as a gift? Chu Luiyue coughed and asked awkwardly, Mr. Su, can you pretend that you don't know about this? Su Li was speechless. As intelligent as she had also guessed something at this moment, and her face reddened. I only know that he is preparing to refine a weapon, but I don't know about this. It just so happened that she had just recovered her physical body and broken through to the high god level, so she was itching for a fight. She had planned to ask Chu Luiyue for some materials so that she could find an opportunity to have a good competition with Tang Ku, but who knew? Chu Luiyue sized her up and asked, "Senior Tang Ku seems to have a big lineup this time." "Yes. He plans to start refining weapons in returning Dragon Stream tomorrow. It seems that Shangguan Jing and the others will also be there." Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. It was the dream of countless weapon refiners to be able to see someone like Tang Ku refine a weapon with their own eyes. Of course, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. It seemed that she would have to go and see it when the time came. "Don't worry, Senior Tang Ku has always been thinking about you. You don't have to worry about the refining materials," Chu Luiyue said, and then thought of the conversation with Rong Xiu before. "By the way, there's something," she briefly repeated the matter to Su Li. After hearing it, Su Li's face was also filled with shock. "Really? If that's the case, then, is it really possible to refine a new sacred artifact in this world?" Chu Luiyue shook her head. "It's hard to say. After all, on the Black Jade Plaza, only this armillary shield fell off. Even if it still contains the power to refine a sacred artifact, it probably can't be used by humans. Otherwise, the Divine Ruins world wouldn't have made any progress in this aspect for the past 10,000 years. "That's true." Su Li seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "Since that's the case, then, if we go to that place again, wouldn't there be a chance?" Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. "To tell you the truth, I have the same plan. Since the armillary heaven shield came from above, then the Black Jade Square must exist, including the palace. It must be real." It was just that she didn't know where that place was or where she had to go to find it. There didn't seem to be such an existence in the Divine Ruins world. She had always felt that Dabao and the others should know something, but she hadn't had the time to inquire about it yet. Perhaps, it was time to find some time to ask. Soon, it was the second day. Early in the morning, many people in Peach Blossom Dock City came out of their homes and rushed in the same direction. They had already heard that Tang Ku was planning to refine artifacts at Qingshui Cliff today, so they were all in high spirits and wanted to see the elegance of a weapon-refining saint. Even if they could only take a few glances from afar, they would have no regrets. The people from the 13U also planned to join in the fun. Yujio hugged the wooden sword and went to Tsinyi's side with an eager face. "Big brother, I heard that Senior Tang Ku is not only refining one divine artifact this time. If possible, can I ask Senior Tang Ku to use the leftover materials to refine a sword for me? Or, Mr. Su can do it too." Mr. Su was also a weapon refining saint anyway, and because of Chu Luiyue, he was very good to the 13U. She should be willing to help him with this. Tsinyi glanced at him indifferently. "Isn't your sword still fine?" "How is it fine?" Yujio immediately pulled out the wooden sword from his arms, his face full of indignation. "There are cracks on it." With a flick of his wrist, Tsinyi took out a new wooden sword and handed it over. Then changed to this. Yujio, he really didn't want to use this lousy wooden sword anymore. Tsinyi looked up slightly. "You don't want it?" "Yes. I really want it." Yujio forced a smile on his face and took the wooden sword with both hands. "Thank you, big brother." Tsinyi nodded. "If it's not enough, I have more here." Yujio wanted to cry. "Big brother is so good to me." "Thank you, big brother." Little Hachi and Shifang also walked over. "Where's 13? I didn't see him after looking around. He's been running around Qingshui Cliff these days." A look of understanding suddenly appeared on their faces. So he had already gone there. "Second brother isn't here either. He seems to have gone to tame beasts again," Shifang said. Everyone had already gotten used to this. Hua Shuangshuang had spent more time with the demonic beasts than with them. Sun Yi took the lead and walked forward. The rest of the group followed suit. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2167. When they arrived at Qingshui Cliff, there were already quite a few people there. Most people didn't dare to get close. Those who could come close were all from the Yu residence. Sanson and Shirsan were already waiting there. Yo, why didn't third brother stay at the Yu residence to tinker with the abacus today? Little Hachi blinked and teased. Sanson chuckled. This is a rare opportunity. Shouldn't you come and take a look? Little Hachi giggled. Don't we know you? Isn't it because your little treasure vault is hidden under Qingshui Cliff? Are you worried that Senior Tang Ku's artifact refinement will cause too much of a commotion? Sanson coughed and hurriedly said, Shoo. Lower your voice. It won't be good if Senior Tang Ku hears. That's not a little treasure vault. That's a big one. Although he knew that with Tang Ku's strength, it was unlikely that he would lose control. But there was always a possibility, right? He would feel more at ease if he came over to watch. Little Hachi tucked her hair behind her ears and raised her chin. There, Senior Tang Ku is behind us. Sanson immediately looked back guiltily, but he didn't see Tang Ku's figure. Only then did he realize that Little Hachi was joking. You're joking about your third brother again. Little Hachi pinched his chubby cheeks and smiled. Third brother has the best temper, ah. Sanson pulled her hand down. Speak properly. Don't get touchy. What will happen if others see? Although he said that, there wasn't a hint of anger on his face. There was only helpless doting. Little Hachi giggled. The people from the 13th Yu residence didn't have any temper with Little Hachi. Other than Sun Yi who could suppress her, the others couldn't do anything about her and could only dote on her. At this moment, a figure suddenly flitted past the corner of her eye. Little Hachi raised her eyebrows in surprise and muttered, Didn't he leave a few days ago? Sanson turned around. You mean Yan Qin? He came back last night. I heard that the things that Senior Tang Ku needed this time were all brought back by him from the Yuntian Tower. Hey, that's not right. How did you know he left a few days ago? Sanson looked at Little Hachi strangely. She usually didn't seem to care about these things. Little Hachi crossed her arms and snorted. The Yu estate is only so big and there are only so many people. What's so strange about knowing all this? That's true. Sanson didn't think too much about it. Don't worry, if there's any treasure later, I'll definitely give it to you first. Little Hachi's eyebrows relaxed. Thank you, third brother. She was born enchanting and beautiful. Just by standing there, without even saying a word, she would automatically attract everyone's attention. There were already quite a few gazes in their direction. However, Little Hachi was already immune to this kind of gaze, so she didn't take it to heart. Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu came with Tang Ku and Su Li. Seeing Su Li's appearance, the crowd became restless again. That's Mr. Su, right? I heard that his strength is similar to Senior Tang Ku's. What are his plans today? The two of them are husband and wife. What's so strange about them coming together? That's right, I almost forgot about that. The main thing is that Mr. Su is a woman. It will take some time for him to accept it, everyone was discussing. Su Li thought that she would be angry when she heard this, but she realized that she wasn't. She only felt her face heat up. She thought about it and didn't know what to say. She glanced over and saw that Tang Ku seemed to be smiling. She snorted in her heart. I must win against him later. I'll let him know how powerful I am. The few of them came to Qingshui Cliff. After a simple greeting, Tang Ku decided to start refining. Everyone quietened down and waited nervously. Red Moon Desert. Under the lake. Lan Xiao conjured a mirror in his hand and admired his face from all angles. He was satisfied. TSK. How beautiful. Bang! Along with this crisp sound, the mirror in his hands suddenly shattered. Lan Xiao immediately let go and flashed to the side. Big Bao. What are you doing? Dugu Mabao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and said word by word, "You're disturbing my rest." Lan Xiao pointed at him with a trembling finger. You didn't even open your eyes. How can I affect you by looking in the mirror? Dugu Mabao's tone was as calm as usual. You're noisy. I think so too. Diwu Zhangze added, Lan Xiao, there are 24 hours in a day, and you're looking in the mirror for 11 hours. The remaining 2 hours are spent praising yourself. It's fine if it's just 1 or 2 days, but it's been so long. Lan Xiao, aren't you tired? What's so tiring about this? I've reconstructed my divine body now. Lan Xiao snorted. Don't forget that you helped me reconstruct my appearance. He didn't care what they thought. He liked it anyway. Sigh, you guys can't have this kind of trouble anymore. Lan Xiao lay down, rested his head on his arms, and crossed his legs. When Diwu reconstructs his divine body, we can think of a way to get out of this damned place. Speaking of this, Dugu Mabao suddenly opened his eyes. It's not time yet. Of course, I know. Before Lan Xiao could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently. Everyone's expression changed. What's wrong? Diwu Zhangze frowned and asked. Is it Wei Yu again? How long has it been? Dugu Mabao quickly got up and looked up. It's not Wei Yu. He slowly clenched his fists. That thing is here. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2168. Peach Blossom Dock. Above Qingshui Cliff, Tang Ku stood in midair. He looked at Su Li and smiled. Lizzie, we didn't decide the winner last time. Why don't we do it again today? Su Li had planned to do so, but she didn't expect Tang Ku to suggest it. Her eyes lit up. Sure. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately boiled over. The two of them are going to compete again? I heard that the two of them refined 5 divine artifacts each 10,000 years ago. I wonder if it will happen again this time. I don't want 5 or 10. As long as I can witness the birth of a divine artifact, I will have no regrets in my life. I wonder who will win this time. To be fair, let's use the same thing. Tang Ku said and handed over a universe ring. I borrowed this from the saint. One for me and one for you. Su Li had heard about this from Chu Luiyue, so she wasn't surprised by Tang Ku's behavior. But when she looked up and saw the joy in Tang Ku's eyes, she remembered that Chu Luiyue had asked her to pretend that she didn't know. She raised her eyebrows slightly and showed a surprised expression. Is there mine too? Tang Ku smiled and raised his chin. See if you like it. Su Li was also curious. She separated a part of her consciousness and looked into the universe ring. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked up at Tang Ku in shock. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. This time, she wasn't pretending. She was really shocked. Seeing her reaction, Tang Ku was delighted, and the smile on his face became wider. How is it? Do you like it? Su Li's lips moved. She was full of excitement. She looked at the universe ring in her hand and couldn't bear to put it down. The joy in her eyes was almost overflowing. I like it. She exclaimed simply and straightforwardly. The refining materials in the ring were all rare and precious. Even she couldn't help but exclaim, it's really rare to be able to get these. You said that you borrowed these from the saint? Tang Ku nodded. Su Li took a deep breath and thanked Rongxiu earnestly. At the same time, she sighed with emotion. It's said that the Yuntian Tower has been passed down for thousands of years and has a deep heritage. Now that I see it, it really lives up to its reputation. Rongxiu's thin lips curved slightly. It's a waste to leave these things there. It would be best if they could be used by the two of you. Su Li let out a long sigh in her heart. Any one of these items was a treasure that was hard to come by in a lifetime. However, in Rongxiu's words, it seemed to have become a worthless object. This is really, Chu Luiyue was confused as she watched from the side. At first, when she saw Su Li's reaction, she thought that she was cooperating with Tang Ku. At that time, she even silently sighed in her heart that her acting was not bad. However, the development that followed made her realize that Su Li's surprise and joy did not seem to be fake. One had to know that Su Li was a weapon-refining saint. She had seen countless treasures used to refine artifacts. What kind of treasure could make her so excited and happy? What kind of treasure could it be? Chu Luiyue glanced at Rongxiu suspiciously. That day, he only said that he wanted Yan Qing to go back and get some things. It seemed very casual, so she did not take it to heart. But now, whoosh! Su Li took out a sword embryo from her universe ring. This sword embryo was ice blue and looked rather blunt. It was of excellent quality. If one looked closely, they could even see the twinkling stars on it. A faintly sharp aura spread out from it. Star Darkness Sword Embryo? A voice full of surprise came. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that Shangguan Jing had already come near at some point. Shangguan Jing's eyes were fixed on the sword embryo, and his eyes were filled with unconcealed surprise and admiration. Chu Luiyue knew him too well. This was the expression of seeing a peerless treasure. Taizu, is this Star Darkness Sword Embryo very powerful? It's more than powerful. Shangguan Jing's eyes were still unwilling to move away. He clicked his tongue. This sword embryo was born naturally. It gathered endless power of heaven and earth and turned into sword qi. Once it is refined into a sword, it will be extremely sharp. As long as there are no accidents, this thing will definitely be refined into a venerable divine weapon. Chu Luiyue immediately understood. No wonder. In that case, this Star Darkness sword embryo was indeed a rare treasure. Shangguan Jing stroked his beard and glanced at Rongxiu sourly. Sigh, I've only heard of this thing. I've only seen it today. If he had known that Rongxiu had it, he would have asked for it earlier. Hearing this, Su Li immediately handed over the Star Darkness sword embryo. Shangguan, if you want it, this is for you. Shangguan Jing hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. Mr. Su, how can I accept this? The Star Darkness sword embryo is extremely precious, and it's Senior Tang Ku's feelings for you. I have more. Su Li said in a gentle voice. Shangguan Jing's expression froze. What? Su Li took a few steps forward and stuffed the Star Darkness sword embryo into Shangguan Jing's hands. Then, she took out an almost identical Star Darkness sword embryo from the universe ring. Here, I have more. Shangguan Jing's eyelids twitched. You have two? No. Su Li waved the universe ring on her hand. Swoosh. Swoosh. A few icy blue lights flashed, and everyone was dazzled. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, they couldn't help but gasp. In front of Su Li, there were 5 Star Darkness sword embryos hanging neatly. I have a lot here. It doesn't matter if I give you one. Shangguan Jing unconsciously clenched the Star Darkness sword embryo in his hand. Then, he stiffened his neck and looked at Rongxiu again. They were all taken from Rongxiu? According to what Tang Ku had said before, he had divided the things into 2 portions and gave one to Su Li, which was exactly the same. If Su Li had 6 Star Darkness sword embryos, then he should have 6 as well. In total, there were 12 of them. Chu Luiyue was also shocked. Rongxiu had taken out all his wealth? No, even those first-rate families might not have such a storage, right? Looking at Rongxiu's casual manner, Chu Luiyue was sure that it was not difficult for him to take out all these things at once. In fact, he might even have more in stock. Although Chu Luiyue had been married to Rongxiu for a long time, she had never taken the initiative to ask about the Yuntian Tower's collection. It was only now that she realized that she had underestimated the Yuntian Tower's foundation from the beginning. No, to be more precise, all of these now completely belonged to Rongxiu. Other than the Star Darkness Sword embryo, there were probably many other treasures hidden in Tang Ku and Su Li's universe rings. When all of these were added up, there was no doubt that it would be an extremely shocking amount. Su Li looked at Chu Luyue and said with an envious expression. Little you, your husband is so rich. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2169. Chu Luyue was speechless. Thank you, I only found out today. She thought of the little stock she had and fell silent. Compared to this person, she was so poor that she couldn't even begin to compare. Perhaps only the herbs in the small space under Qingshui Cliff could make a comeback. But in the end, it was Sanson's good luck that allowed her to take it for herself. And what Rongxiu took out could no longer be described as good luck. No matter how heaven-defying his luck was, he had never heard of someone who could pick up a treasure like the Star Darkness Sword embryo like cabbage. Chu Luyue finally understood why Su Li had reacted like that just now. Rongxiu's lips curled up into a smile. Senior Shangguan, if you want, I'll ask Yanqing to send you one later. Shangguan Jing's forehead twitched violently. Really? How many treasures did this kid have? He thought that Rongxiu had already taken out everything, but he didn't expect that there were more. Su Li's eyes were also bright. Saint, I've used up all of these. Do you still have more? Rongxiu nodded. Of course. Great. The only thing Su Li was interested in her life was refining artifacts. Forget about sleeping for 10,000 years, now that she finally had a body again, she had long been itching to do it. Now that the opportunity was in front of her, she could play to her heart's content. When she smiled, the dimples at the corners of her mouth deepened, and she looked more lively than her usual gentle appearance. Tang Ku raised his eyebrows when he saw her happy. If he had known that she was so easy to coax, he would have asked for more from Master. He cupped his fists and said to Rongxiu and Shangguanyu, thank you for your kindness. Previously, I am indebted to the two of you for your care. In order to express my gratitude, I will give all the divine weapons that I have refined this time to Lord Yu and the Holy Sun as a return gift. As soon as he said that, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. In an instant, everyone's expressions seemed to have frozen. At first glance, the scene seemed to have frozen. What did Tang Ku just say? This time, he was going to give away all the divine artifacts he had forged. Whenever he attacked, it would be at least a venerable artifact. Just the number of Star Nether Sword embryos was already so shocking. If he could really refine all of these, it would definitely be a terrifying number. Chu Luyue was also dumbfounded. For us? Tang Ku nodded. Not bad. Speaking of which, these things originally belonged to the Holy Sun, and I'm only using them to refine them. I hope the two of you don't mind. Everyone was in a mess, looking at Tang Ku with a strange expression. Disdain? Who in the world would dare to despise him? To be able to ask him to help refine a divine artifact was something that many people could only dream of. Now, he had taken the initiative to offer to refine artifacts, and not just one. Su Li immediately agreed. That's exactly what I was planning to do. In any case, once these things are refined, I won't be able to use them myself. Little you, I'll just give them to you. I just want to enjoy myself. Chu Luyue coughed, but before she could speak, Rongxiu smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to thank the two seniors. Chu Luyue glanced at her man from the corner of her eyes. He couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? Rongxiu's expression was as calm and magnanimous as usual. As if he had sensed her gaze, he also looked over. The moment the two of them looked at each other, Chu Luyue instantly confirmed, this man had indeed thought of this long ago. These are the two seniors' kind intentions. Chu Luyue, what he said was so reasonable that she actually couldn't refute it. Rongxiu slightly raised his chin. There may be a lot of things, so you can first think about how to deal with and distribute them. Chu Luiyue. Asking the two saint refiners in the world to help refine artifacts, and in the end, saying that there were too many of them and that they should plan early, this man really wasn't afraid of being envied by the world. Boom! Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a thunderous explosion in the sky. She quickly looked up and saw that the clear blue sky was now covered with dark clouds. Within a short period of time, countless silver heavenly lightning bolts rushed over in response to the summons. Chu Luiyue held her breath. This is the strength of a saint refiner. Almost at the same time, Su Li also began. With a thought, she raised a hand and gently waved it upwards. In an instant, there seemed to be an invisible hand in the sky, pushing away the countless tianlei that had gathered in the middle. The two sides were clearly separated and resplendent. Half belonged to Tang Ku, and the other half belonged to her. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time she had seen such a scene with her own eyes. With a flip of her palm, she easily stirred and controlled countless tianlei. In the world, only a saint refiner could have such strength. Then, Su Li's fingertips moved. 5 tianlei fell down at the same time, each rushing towards the 5-star dark sword embryos in front of her. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Su Li was actually planning to refine 5 divine artifacts at the same time. On the other side, Tang Ku's sleeves fluttered, and those tianlei also fell down. Suddenly, an icy blue light flew out and headed straight for Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and took that thing in her hand. For the sake of fairness, I will also refine these 5. Master Yu, if you are interested in the remaining one, you can play with it. Tang Ku's low and deep voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. For a moment, everyone's expressions became even more strange. The corner of Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched. Play with it, these words were too hateful. Chu Luiyue lowered her head and looked at the star dark sword embryo in her hand. For a moment, she really didn't know what to do. She understood what Tang Ku meant. He wanted her to try using this thing to refine artifacts. However, this was a little too hasty. The material of the star dark sword embryo is not bad, it's good for you to use it to practice first. Even if you can't successfully refine a venerable artifact, it's good to have more experience. Rongxiu came to her side and said gently. No one could guarantee a 100% success rate in refining artifacts, but practicing more would definitely be beneficial. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment. Using the star dark sword embryo to practice, only this man would be able to say such rich and overbearing words. She was a little tempted, but when she thought of Rongxiu, she asked hesitantly, then. You don't want it? Rongxiu smiled. I have this thing, and I don't need it right now. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. He had already broken through to the weapon refining venerable. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2170. Meeting Rongxiu's gaze, Chu Luiyue instantly confirmed her guess. Her eyelids twitched, and she felt that it was a waste of time and energy for her to ask this question. If he could take out so much, would he still be short of her share? In the end, she was too poor. She didn't understand the world of the rich. Oh, okay. Chu Luiyue took the star nether sword embryo and moved to the side. Sheng Guanjing asked, do you really want to try it now? Tang Ku and Mr. Su are refining together and have almost all of the tianlei. Under such circumstances, if you want to succeed, you have to snatch the tianlei from them. This is even more difficult than refining a venerable artifact. Chu Luiyue nodded. This is a rare opportunity. If she could refine with Mr. Su and Tang Ku at the same time, she would be able to see the gap between her and them. This would undoubtedly greatly increase her efficiency. Moreover, she also wanted to see how far she could go with her current strength. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Sheng Guanjing laughed, all right. Since you, wants to do this, then Taizu will accompany you. With that, he threw the star nether sword embryo in front of him. Chu Luiyue nodded and did as she was told. Rumble. She looked up with fighting spirit surging in her eyes. Shangguan Jing raised his voice. Your strength in refining is still not enough. You don't have to force yourself. As long as you can snatch a Tianlei from those two, you'll win. Ever since he saw Chu Luiyue's potential in Tang Ku's tomb in the stone forest, Shangguan Jing had high hopes for her. After all, he was a refiner himself, so he naturally hoped that Chu Luiyue could inherit his legacy. In other words, he hoped that she could shine in refining. It was also because of this that he agreed to Chu Luiyue's suggestion without hesitation. He even secretly had a trace of anticipation in his heart. Not to mention her, even an ordinary refiner might not dare to guarantee that they would be able to successfully refine a venerable artifact under the influence of those two. Not to mention Chu Luiyue. In his opinion, Chu Luiyue could indeed be considered a success if she could snatch a Tianlei. Chu Luiyue stood in mid-air and quickly mobilized the force in her body, causing the aura around her to rise crazily. Then, with a thought, she began to activate Tianlei. At this moment, she was flanked by Tang Ku and Su Li. Shangguan Jing was not far from her. Of course. Above their heads, countless subs, SSSS, SSSSS, SSSS, these Tianleis were also, they were They landed in a very regular pattern. Every time, there were 5 S, and each landed on the 5 nebula sword embryos. From this, it could be seen that Tang Ku and Su Li's control of Tianleis had reached a terrifying level. To snatch Tianlei from them meant that they had to break their monopoly. That was the most difficult part. As if sensing the power on Chu Luiyue's side, the Tianleis in the sky became restless. A few seemed to want to fly toward Chu Luiyue's side. However, under Tang Ku and Su Li's strict control, Tianleis still lingered in their position, unwilling to land. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes slightly and raised her hand to grab M. Come down. Boom. As if someone had suddenly torn open a hole, Tianleis fell with a loud rumble, heading straight for Chu Luiyue. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2171. Boom. Tianlei flew down, drawing a dazzling line in the sky, and then fiercely smashed onto the star dark sword embryo in front of Chu Luiyue. The silver light quickly shattered into countless tiny rays of light, enveloping the ice blue sword embryo. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound was intertwined. Chu Luiyue could clearly feel that there were two forces fighting back and forth. After a moment, the light gradually dissipated, and the star dark sword embryo gradually revealed its original appearance. Chu Luiyue looked carefully and realized that the color of the sword embryo had changed. It seemed to be purer and deeper than before. Although the change was extremely small, it was certain that the Tianlei from before had indeed had a tempering effect on the sword embryo. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up. No matter what, a good start was half the battle. If she could snatch one, she could snatch more. Perhaps. It was unknown if she could really completely refine it in the end. Chu Luiyue looked at Shangguan Jing and smiled brightly. Taizu, thank you for your auspicious words. Shangguan Jing looked at the star dark sword embryo in front of Chu Luiyue, and then looked at his own. His expression became extremely strange. This girl. Her movements are too fast. I haven't even made a move yet. She's already started? However, after a short period of shock, Shangguan Jing's heart was filled with relief and joy. He didn't know why, but summoning Tianlei seemed to be exceptionally easy for this girl. It was the same when they were in Tang Ku's tomb. She was the only one who could incite and devour the heavenly lightning that everyone else avoided. With such talent, it would be a pity if she didn't become a refiner. Haha. Girl, well done. Shangguan Jing was in a good mood. Just do whatever you want. Right now, he had the same thought as Rongxiu. This was a rare opportunity, let the girl practice. In any case, with so many people here, there was no need to worry about anything uncontrollable happening. Once they found any signs of something amiss, they would immediately intercept and deal with it. And if everything went smoothly, she would benefit greatly this time. With that, he held his breath and began to activate Tianlei. Boom! Boom! Several bolts of Tianlei came crashing down. Clearly, he had a much easier time doing this than Chu Luyue. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they could not help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Senior Tang Ke said that Shangguan Jing is very likely to become an equipment refining saint. His skill in refining equipment is indeed perfect. Yes. Under the circumstances where Tang Ku and Mr. Su are competing for Tianlei, he can still refine weapons so smoothly and freely. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Isn't it widely acknowledged that Shangguan Jing is powerful? His name had been resounding since 1,000 years ago. It wasn't strange for him to be able to do this. I'm more curious about Master Yu. Previously, she had only heard that Yu Zhu was an all-rounder in cultivation, but there were very few rumors about her refining weapons. Who would have thought that he would be so heaven-defying in this aspect? Did you see how that bolt of heavenly lightning came down? Everyone was talking about it. All kinds of voices could be heard, but Chu Luyue did not care. After the first Tianlei was successfully activated, the rest of the process became much simpler. She began to follow Tang Ku and Su Li, activating the Tianlei to refine the Stardark Sword embryo. They were refining 5 weapons together, and she was refining 1, so the process was consistent. In comparison, Shangguan Jing became the fastest one. With his current strength, it was indeed very easy for him to refine a venerable divine weapon. Especially when he used such good materials, it was like icing on the cake. Bolts of Tianlei fell from the sky one after another. Many people's gazes wandered back and forth between them. On one hand, they wanted to observe how the legendary refining saint refined weapons. On the other hand, they also wanted to see how Chu Luyue snatched the Tianlei from the two of them, and if she could succeed. Of course, other than that, they were also comparing the various aspects of refining weapons, such as the control of Tianlei's strength and techniques. In the beginning, many people thought that Chu Luyue would not be able to hold on for long. However, as time passed, they were shocked to find that Chu Luyue did not seem to be defeated. In fact, she even followed Tang Ku and Su Li closely with every Tianlei. It was almost the same rhythm as the two of them. Thus, the crowd gradually became numb from the initial shock. Fortunately, many people had already seen how heaven-defying Chu Luyue was when the Peach Blossom Cove was in chaos, so when they saw this scene, they quickly accepted it. It seems like she can do everything well. There were also some people who glanced at Rongxiu from time to time. He stood outside the dazzling silver light with his hands behind his back, as if he had nothing to do with all this. He looked calm and composed. The violent energy wave spread to the surroundings, but when it reached him, it turned into a gentle wind, only lifting a corner of his snow-white robe. He was as graceful as a celestial, cold and noble. However, did all this really have nothing to do with him? Of course not. He was the one who provided these extremely precious and rare materials for refining artifacts. Moreover, the reason why he did not participate was because he did not need them. Even if the crowd did not hear the conversation between him and Chu Luyue, it was not difficult to guess that he had most likely broken through to become a refining venerable. This was almost an indisputable fact. After this, according to Tang Ku and Su Li, all the divine weapons that were refined would belong to Chu Luyue and Su Li. Moreover, Rongxiu seemed to intend to let Chu Luyue handle all of them. In other words, these divine weapons would eventually belong to Chu Luyue. And this would be an extremely shocking number. Sanson moved to Tsinyi's side, rubbing his round palms as he whispered. Big brother, the Holy Sun is going to give our master a big gift. Who can take out so many treasures in such a short time? Do you think he prepared them long ago? Tsinyi placed one hand behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent, ignoring him. Sanson did not give up and continued to ask. I think it must be so. Why didn't he say earlier or later? He just had to take out so many at once when Senior Tang Ku said she wanted them. I'm guessing that they must have discussed this beforehand. Sir Su doesn't seem to know, but now, she joined in and became a free labor force. However, she was obsessed with refining weapons, so this was not a loss to her. Instead, it allowed her to satisfy her cravings. Everyone was happy. Sun Yi gave Sanson an indifferent look. Seeing his small eyes flickering with excitement, Sun Yi directly shattered his fantasy. The Saint and Senior Tang Ku's intentions are already very clear. These will belong to Master in the end and will not be stored. In other words, they would not be under Sanson's control. Sanson's face quickly fell, but he quickly regained his confidence and chuckled. That doesn't matter. I'll just count. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2172. In fact, as long as he took a look from afar and knew that it was an incalculable amount of wealth, he would be satisfied. Thinking of that scene, Sanson was simply overjoyed. His entire body was filled with a happy aura. Compared to this, what's the small deal I did before? A venerable divine artifact should be at least this much, right? Sanson stretched out his hand and used his round and chubby fingers to gesture a number. Just Tang Ku and Mr. Su alone this time, it's 10. How much is this? No, it's hard to buy it no matter how much money you have. A venerable divine artifact was different from other natural treasures. As long as one was lucky, one could obtain it. Treasures of this level required a strong foundation and strength to support them. Sanson's face was filled with emotion. Back then, how many venerable divine artifacts were the patriarch of family E worth? After this artifact refinement, our master will probably become the one with the most venerable divine artifacts in the entire Divine Ruins world. If word got out, who knew how many people would die of envy? Sun Yi's brows twitched slightly as his gaze swept past Rongxiu. That might not be the case. Sanson followed his gaze and immediately slapped his head. Oh, how could I forget about this person? If Rongxiu could take out so many as a gift, then how many more did he have? A day passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. The sky was dark, and twilight covered the surroundings. Only the 2 balls of lightning in the clouds were still shining brightly. In fact, there were more than 2 balls. Above Shangguan Jing's head, several Tianlei gathered and gradually formed a small ball. Although it couldn't be compared to Tang Ku and Su Yu's, it was still independent of the 2 of them and forcefully opened up a path. Just this point alone was enough to prove that his strength had indeed touched the threshold of a weapon-refining saint. Above his head, 2 big and 1 small, 3 balls of light stood in a tripod. Chu Luiyue seemed very weak among them. However, the heavenly lightning on her side had never stopped. The 3 lightning seas seemed to be taking turns. When Shangguan Jing first found out that his Tianlei had also been snatched by her, he was happy for a long time. He had a faint feeling in his heart that this time, she might really succeed. It was already very late, but no one had left. Many people might not be able to witness such a magnificent scene in their lifetime. Naturally, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. Under the dense night sky, everyone was quiet and focused on watching. All of a sudden, Rongxiu's eyebrows twitched as a chill flashed across his eyes. Yanqing. Yanqing stepped forward, Master. When the 2 of them spoke, they deliberately adjusted their voices so that the people around them could not hear them. Family Wei's people, withdraw. Yanqing frowned slightly. What do you mean? Wei Zhe is dead, and the family Wei is about to fall into chaos. There's no need to continue watching. Rongxiu said lightly. Yanqing had already guessed this possibility, but she still felt very surprised when she heard it with her own ears. Yes. Then, do you want to investigate? No need. Rong Xiu shook his head. Jun Zhiqing wouldn't leave any evidence behind, so there was no point in investigating. Yan Qing didn't ask any more questions. This small commotion didn't attract anyone's attention. Soon, it was noon of the second day. Chu Luiyue stared at the star darkness sword embryo in front of her with all her attention. After a day and night of polishing and tempering, the round and thick sword embryo had completely changed its appearance. The sword body was a rich blue-black color, with countless silver dots flickering in it. At a glance, it was as bright as the starry night, magnificent and moving. A sharp aura faintly spread out from it. Chu Luiyue held her breath. She knew very well that as long as this sword underwent the final tempering, it was very likely to become a venerable divine artifact. It was just that this step was extremely difficult to cross. She hadn't made any preparations before, and it was already very difficult to reach this step. It could be said that the terrifying energy consumption had almost emptied her body's strength and mind. If she hadn't broken through to Venerable God before, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on in the middle. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion of energy was heard. Chu Luiyue looked up and saw that a sword had been completely tempered in front of Tang Ku. A powerful aura came crashing down from the sky. It was a venerable divine artifact. Boom! Almost at the same time, Su Li on the other side was also completed. Then, there were a few more consecutive explosions. Large patches of dazzling light almost covered Su Li's figure. The onlookers were dumbfounded. She actually refined these 5 venerable divine artifacts at the same time. Tang Ku quickly followed up. For a moment, terrifying energy surged in the entire sky. Shangguan Jing also attacked at the same time. 11 venerable divine artifacts appeared at the same time, and the commotion was earth-shattering. Qingshui Cliff began to shake. Sanson's heart suddenly jumped. But soon, Rong Xiu and the others took action one after another and set up a huge barrier to protect the bottom. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Chu Luiyue. Since she had already reached this step, would she be able to do it too? If that was the case, then all of them would be witnessing the birth of 12 venerable divine artifacts together. Chu Luiyue led the last Tianlei down. Silver light flashed, and every force was going through the final tempering of that sword. Chu Luiyue's heart jumped high. As long as, suddenly, a sharp sound entered her ears. Chu Luiyue was shocked and quickly lowered her head. The sound came from the pendant around her neck. This was left to her by Dugu Mabao back then. Her heart sank. Something happened. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2173. Because of this moment of absent-mindedness, the energy on the star darkness sword embryo in front of him began to become chaotic. The light on it also began to fade rapidly. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. It was clearly fine just a moment ago. How did the situation take a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye? Looks like it's still not possible. In the end, it's a venerable artifact. How can it be so easy to refine? What a pity, there's only a little left. Rong Xiu's eyes focused, and a golden light flashed in his palm. Right at this moment, Chu Luiyue quickly calmed her mind, gritted her teeth, and directly reached for the sword. It was boiling hot. After this star darkness sword embryo had been tempered by several Tianlei, it was at its most abundant state of energy. Countless tiny silver lights were crazily swimming around on it. A vigorous force surged out from Chu Luiyue's body, and actually forcefully suppressed the energy that was about to go berserk. At the same time, a Tianlei appeared in the dark clouds that were about to dissipate. It struck down. Boom! That bolt of heavenly lightning landed directly on the sword embryo. The two forces fought fiercely. After a moment, the light on the sword embryo finally lit up again. Immediately after, a powerful pressure spread out from the sword body. The sword was complete. Chu Luiyue gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and a faint smell of blood surged up between her lips and teeth. She quickly calmed the surging energy in her body and looked at the sword in her hand. This sword was different from the ones that Tang Ku, Su Li, and even Taizu had refined. Because there was a deviation at the last moment, the sword body, with the middle line as the boundary, was half reddish gold, and half was blue-black. Half was brilliant, half was cold. The two extreme powers intertwined and finally refined this unique divine artifact. Yuer. Shangguan Jing was the closest, and immediately rushed over, nervously sizing her up. Just now, after he finished refining, he had been watching seriously from the side. Chu Luiyue was fine at the beginning, but for some reason, she suddenly seemed to have lost her mind. At that moment, his heart was in his mouth, and he thought that she would definitely fail this time. Fortunately, she still succeeded. Chu Luiyue shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. It's just that a venerable artifact is indeed not easy to refine. She found a suitable excuse for that momentary mistake. Shangguan Jing let out a long sigh of relief and then said with emotion, of course. Many people spent their entire lives bitterly researching, but they still might not succeed. Girl, very good. This was her first attempt at refining a supremacy divine artifact, and she had succeeded. No one would believe him even if he told others about it. Even though there were some twists and turns in the process, it was still a success. He took Chu Liuyue's sword and examined it carefully. Although its power is a little mottled and it's not the best among the venerable artifacts, it's still very rare. Girl, from today onwards, you are also a weapon refining honorable. His voice was low and deep, carrying undisguised joy and pride. Su Li also came in a flash and looked at Chu Luiyue with bright eyes. Little congratulations. Back then, even I had to try 3 or 4 times before I succeeded. You're amazing. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The world of geniuses was indeed not something that ordinary people could understand. Chu Liuyue's lips curved. It's all thanks to the seniors this time. If she had to fumble around by herself, she would have to spend a lot of time and energy. The reason why she could succeed this time was mainly because she followed these people step by step. Although she didn't have much experience in refining weapons, she had a strong control over Tianlei. In this way, as long as there was someone to guide her, she could easily succeed. Bang! A fine crackling sound came from the pendant on her neck. Chu Liuyue's heart trembled. She took it off and it instantly turned into powder. What's this? Su Li asked curiously. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything, but her hands were slightly trembling. At this moment, something suddenly broke through the air from the distant horizon. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound was incomparably fast, drawing a demonic purple line in the air. Chu Luiyue immediately looked up. When she saw the purple light flickering with a faint glow, she suddenly realized something. That was, everyone noticed the commotion and raised their heads to look. The speed of that thing was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was above the Peach Blossom Cove. Sensing the familiar aura, Chu Liuyue's mind moved and she immediately opened the barrier. Chi! That thing rushed towards Chu Luiyue without hesitation. Su Li immediately became vigilant. Little be careful. Chu Luiyue shook her head. Teacher Su, don't worry. I know what it is. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand. That thing instantly retracted its aura and fell into her hand. Everyone looked at it suspiciously and nervously. When they saw what it was, everyone was stunned. Because it was actually a book. That book was thick and old, and it looked very old. Chu Luiyue stared at the thing in her hand and pursed her lips. This was Lingxiao College's name list. An anxious voice could be heard. Everyone looked again and saw that it was Nan Su Huai who rushed over. He quickly came to Chu Luiyue and saw the book lying quietly in Chu Liuyue's hand. His expression was complicated. Little I don't know why this thing suddenly went berserk and rushed out of the Donghuang Bell Tower. I didn't expect it to come to you, Chu Luiyue said. I'll go back to the college with you. Rong Xiu suddenly walked over and held her hand. His broad and warm palm held her ice-cold hand tightly. I'll go with you. Chu Luiyue turned around and met with a pair of deep and gentle eyes. The warmth spread from her palm to her whole body. The blood that seemed to have frozen in her body began to flow slowly again. She nodded gently. Okay. Rong Xiu looked at Tang Ku. We'll be back soon. Seniors, don't worry. Tang Ku nodded. If there's something urgent, you can go and deal with it first. As for here, since it's already started, there's no reason to stop. From what he said, it seemed that he intended to continue refining the divine artifact here. Su Li wanted to ask something, but Tang Ku suddenly came over and held her hand. Li Zi, the competition isn't over yet. Su Li looked at him in a daze and suddenly realized something. Perhaps something had really happened at Lingxiao College, but Rong Xiu and Sun Yi clearly intended to go alone. Although she was worried, she thought that the two of them were powerful and had many trump cards. Nothing should happen to them. She nodded. Then, little you, go quickly and come back quickly. Chu Luiyue nodded and said to Sun Yi. Sun Yi, you stay here. While we're gone, you'll be in charge of everything in Peach Blossom Cove. Sun Yi nodded. Yes. Chu Luiyue hugged the book tightly. Let's go. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2174. After leaving Peach Blossom Dock, Chu Luiyue planned to follow Nan Suwai back to Lingxiao College. However, the book suddenly flew out of her arms and headed in a certain direction. Chu Luiyue and the others looked at each other. It seems that it doesn't want to go back to the college, Chu Luiyue said firmly. It has somewhere else to go. Her figure moved, and she chose to follow him without hesitation. Nan Suwai frowned. Girl, that. Did something happen? He was referring to Dugu Mabao. Although Dugu Mabao had never appeared in its true identity, Nan Suwai had already guessed it when Chu Luiyue used Dugu Mabao's power to repair the Sky Shuttle array during the chaos in Lingxiao College. After all, he was the dean. However, considering that Dugu Mabao didn't seem to want to reveal its existence, he had been turning a blind eye. Until this time, Chu Luiyue knew that Nan Suwai must have known Dugu Mabao's identity. She didn't say anything and only shook her head. I'm not sure yet. But he should have encountered some trouble. Her heart was beating fast, and she was anxious. Nan Suwai didn't say anything else, but his expression became more serious. Rong Xiu held her hand. Don't worry, Senior Lan Xiao has already reconstructed his divine body. He should be fine. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. I hope so. The three of them followed the book forward and finally arrived in front of a door realm. It was the gate realm that had just appeared. The few people in charge of guarding saw the three of them and immediately bowed. Greetings, Master Yu, Your Highness the Holy Sun. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly and asked. Have there been any abnormalities in the gate realm recently? The few of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Master Yu, everything is normal. Chu Luiyue looked at the gate realm. The translucent gate realm fell from the sky, shining with a faint glow. On the other side of the gate realm, nothing could be seen. The book suddenly flew toward the gate realm. Chu Luiyue's heart tightened, and he immediately followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, Rong Xiu and Nan Suwai's figures also disappeared behind the gate world. A bone-chilling cold wind blew in his face. As soon as Chu Luiyue crossed the gate realm and barely managed to grab the book in his hand, he immediately felt an indescribable coldness wrapping around him. She looked up and instantly gasped in shock. This is the Red Moon Desert. The world in front of him was shrouded in overwhelming crimson. Beneath the veil of crimson was a world of ice and snow. As far as the eye could see, it was a snowy plain with no end in sight. The once vast and boundless yellow desert was now completely covered in white snow and ice. Snow was still falling from the sky, and the cold wind swept over, and a few pieces of ice blew on her face. It was cold and painful. Chu Luiyue had never thought that the Red Moon Desert would become like this one day. The entire world seemed to have been frozen, and it was so quiet that one could hear breathing. The aura of death and desolation filled every inch of the space. There seemed to be no traces of humans or even any living beings here. It seemed to have been like this since the distant past, and it had never changed since time immemorial. If it wasn't for the Gate Realm, Chu Luiyue wouldn't have believed that this was the Red Moon Desert. Why is this place like this? Nan Su Hui muttered in shock. Rong Xiu frowned slightly, and remained silent. The bone-chilling coldness kept drilling into his body. Chu Luiyue suddenly sensed something, and looked down, only to see that her hand was covered in a thin layer of ice. When the snow fell on her body, it didn't melt. Instead, it started to connect with each other, and condensed into small pieces of ice. The cold air was dense, and it even brought along an indescribable pain. Pust. A reddish-gold flame suddenly ignited on her hand. The layer of ice started to melt gradually, but it was extremely slow. Obviously, this was different from ordinary ice and snow. There's something strange about this place, Chu Luiyue said in a deep voice. She was now a god expert, and her physical strength was extremely strong. Logically speaking, ordinary changes in the weather shouldn't have any effect on her. However, it was different here. Let's take a look inside, Rong Xiu said, and summoned Xue Xue. Lead the way. Roar. Xue Xue let out a low roar, turned on the spot, and quickly chose a direction, and rushed forward. Chu Luiyue and the others quickly followed. Xue Xue quickly brought them to the center. Chu Luiyue looked down. The clear lake, which was originally rippling with blue waves, was now frozen. On the surface of the lake, one could vaguely see the ripples spreading out. This lake froze in an instant, Chu Luiyue said. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Could it be, this is Weiyu? Chu Luiyue raised her head slightly and looked at the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and only a blurry, gauze-like crimson covered the sky. She didn't know where it came from, why it was here, and what would happen next. However, she was certain that it must have some kind of close connection with the Dugu Mabao trio. It wasn't that Chu Luiyue hadn't imagined the scene of Weiyu, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Xue Xue leaped onto the snowy ground and paced back and forth by the lake. In just a short period of time, a layer of frost had formed on its body. Xue Xue, come back, Chu Luiyue called out. Xue Xue shook its body, shook off all the fine ice shards, and returned to them. Nan Suhui asked nervously. Little you, did you see something? How's that person? Before this, he had never been to the Red Moon Desert. Looking at Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu's reactions, he vaguely guessed that Dugu Mabao should have been here before. However, at this moment, he didn't sense any signs of life. He couldn't help but worry. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything, and looked at the book in her hand again. At this point, the restlessness of the energy on it had reached its peak. It was as if something was about to burst out from it. Chu Luiyue raised her wrist. The book flew in front of her, and then automatically flipped to the first page. On the title page, the purple scale armor flickered with a faint light, and the violent energy was emitted from it. Chi! In the next moment, the scale armor suddenly fell from the title page and flew towards the ice lake. It quietly floated above the lake. Suddenly, a line of black words slowly appeared on the frozen ice surface. Xin Yuan calendar, year 3572, beginning of autumn. Illusory God Palace, heavenly gate opens. When she saw the line of words clearly, Chu Luiyue's heart was instantly shaken. This was the date mentioned in the last sentence of her diary. She still clearly remembered that sentence she had written, Xin Yuan calendar year 3572, return at the beginning of autumn. At this moment, what Chu Luiyue didn't know was that at this moment, the same line of words had appeared in the sky of the divine ruins world. Illusory God Palace, Heavenly Gate opens the Imperial Edict, flashing in the entire world. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2175. Black words flashed in the sky of the divine ruins world. Countless cultivators seemed to have sensed it and looked up. The words were not big, but they were easily reflected in everyone's eyes. As they breathed, the words flickered. The Xian Yuan calendar was a calendar that had never been recorded in the history of the divine ruins world. The illusory God Palace was a mysterious place that no one had ever heard of. Everyone was puzzled and looked at the sky in a daze. However, they seemed to have been inspired by something and gradually yearned for it. It seemed that after that, something was summoning the world. Family E. When Jun Juqing returned to the Family E, the guards at the gate immediately bowed. Greetings, family head. Their voices and expressions were extremely respectful. When their eyes swept over the half-folded divine vulture standing on Jun Juqing's shoulder, a deep sense of fear flashed across their eyes. A few months ago, they did not treat Jun Juqing like this. In a short period of time, Jun Juqing had taken over the position of family head and had the entire Family E firmly in his hands. Anyone with a brain in the Family E knew how to face this young family head with a different surname. Jun Juqing nodded and was about to walk in. Suddenly, he sensed a strange movement in the sky and looked up. The two guards also looked up curiously, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Why were there words in the sky? Jun Juqing narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not seem surprised. After a moment, he retracted his gaze. Pass down the order. All the elders of the Family E are to head to the hall immediately. There's something important to discuss. The two guards did not know what was going on, but they immediately obeyed. Yes. After Jun Juqing left, the two of them looked at each other. Something big was going to happen in the divine ruins world. Nan family. The current Nan family had fallen apart. Only Nan Jinshu, who used to be one of the elders, managed to rise to the position of family head. He was Nan Yifan's younger cousin, and had coveted the position of family head for many years. Unfortunately, his strength was always a bit weaker than Nan Yifan's. It was only after Nan Yifan died and the clan fell into chaos that he finally got the chance. After the calamity of the Peach Blossom Cove, the Nan family had suffered heavy losses. They were no longer comparable to the Nan family at their peak. However, the Nan family had been passed down for thousands of years after all. They still had a certain foundation. Nan Jinshu had been ordering everyone in the Nan family to recuperate and recover their vitality. Even if they couldn't be as high and mighty as before, they could still barely contend with some of the first-rate families. Of course, Yuntian Tower was an exception. Nan Jinshu was stunned for a long time when he saw the line of words in the sky. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and became excited. The rumors about the ancestors are actually true? Phoenix God Mountain. When Yi Zhao returned, he did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. In fact, the matter of him and Mao Zhen heading to the Crimson Moon Desert together had already spread among the two great ancient divine beast clans. Therefore, there was no need to hide anymore. He went straight to the Phoenix Temple. When Elder Yu saw him, he was immediately delighted. Patriarch, you're back. How's Dumpling? The news had spread like wildfire outside. He was basically certain that Dumpling was safe. However, he could only be at ease when he asked about this matter properly. Yi Zhao shook his head. Someone forcefully opened her sixth meridian. Fortunately, Shang Guanyu broke through to the Supreme God realm in time and helped her recover a lot. After recuperating for a period of time, there should be no major problems. Elder Yu was shocked. He almost thought that he had misheard. Someone forcefully opened her meridian? How is that possible? Who in the world has such ability? Also, that's not right. Dumpling's talent is already rare. She opened her fifth meridian at such a young age. What was the person who forced her to open her meridian by force? Yi Zhao took a deep breath. He put one hand behind his back and frowned. That's what I'm worried about. We've encountered some trouble in the Crimson Moon Desert, but we haven't found out who the mastermind is. Elder Yu's lips moved. His expression changed, and huge waves surged in his heart. Yi Zhao went with Mao Zhen. If he guessed correctly, something must have happened to Zichen. The two of them working together could be considered invincible. However, even they couldn't find anything. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He felt that there was something strange about this that he couldn't explain. Yi Zhao said, "Send more people later. You must investigate thoroughly. Don't let go of any clues." "Yes. I'll go now." Elder Yu had just turned around. Before he walked out of the square in front of the Phoenix Shrine, he suddenly felt something strange in the sky. He looked up. What he saw immediately caused him to be startled. "Patriarch. Look." Yi Zhao had already looked up. That line of words flickered silently in the sky and was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. "Patriarch, this is..." Elder Yu was about to ask something when he saw Yi Zhao suddenly turn around and quickly enter the Phoenix Shrine. At the same time, the barrier outside the Phoenix Shrine flickered, and the pressure became even stronger. Elder Yu's heart trembled. What is the Patriarch planning? He stood in place and pondered for a while. Then, he walked toward Fenghuang Valley. As expected, many people in the clan were looking at the words that suddenly appeared with different expressions. Elder Yu's heart tightened. Yi Zhao entered the Phoenix Shrine. He was silent and hurried along the way. Finally, he arrived before the huge mural in the middle of the shrine. Ancestor. He stared deeply at the figure of the ancestor who emerged from the fire. The Illusion God Palace's heavenly gate is finally opening again. The shrine was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The figure on the mural remained silent. Peach Blossom Cove. This line of words appeared above their heads at the same time. Tang Ku, who had just finished refining the second batch of divine artifacts, stopped and looked up. He furrowed his brows, but they quickly smoothed out. Su Li also stopped and asked curiously. What's that? Where is the Illusion God Palace? The Heavenly Gate, is a gate? Tang Ku looked at her and shook his head. When the time is right, everything will be solved. Do you still want to continue? He was asking about the artifact refinement. Su Li paused and nodded. That's true. Then let's continue. The two of them had always been neck and neck, so she had always wanted to see who was the better one. As for the sudden appearance of the words, just as Tang Ku said, what would come would come. When the time was right, everything would be known. Everyone heard the conversation between the two and felt conflicted. Little Mina stretched lazily, squinted his eyes, and muttered weakly, that's right. The two of them have already refined 13 venerable divine artifacts each. Why do they still want to continue, after looking at the mural day and night for so long? Even if they weren't tired, she was. She walked to Cinyi's side. Big brother, can I go to sleep? Cinyi's expression was indifferent. No. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2176. Little Hachi pursed her lips. She knew it. Big brother definitely wouldn't let her slack off on such an occasion. But I'm really sleepy. She leaned forward and pointed at her eyes. Big brother, I haven't slept for so long. The dark circles under my eyes are a lot heavier. Cinyi didn't even look at her. You can sleep here. Little Hachi, after so many years, Big brother was still as heartless as ever. She knew she shouldn't have counted on him. Little Hachi wrinkled her nose. Fine, I'll sleep. She took a few steps back and bumped into someone. She turned around and saw that it was Yan Qing. At this moment, she was so tired that she was about to go berserk. When she saw that it was Enchanting, she didn't think too much and patted Enchanting's shoulder. "Lord Enchanting, let me sleep on your shoulder for a while." Besides, Enchanting was one of Rongshio's people. He wouldn't be as scared of Big Brother as Sanson and the others. Thinking about it this way, he was indeed the most reliable person. Little Hachi actually felt a little happy at this thought. As she spoke, her soft and boneless hand had already silently climbed onto Enchanting's arm. She narrowed her eyes and was about to lean her head over. At this moment, Enchanting suddenly grabbed her wrist and took half a step away. Little Hachi's head missed and she instantly sobered up. She looked at Enchanting blankly. Enchanting's voice was calm. "Miss Little Hachi, this isn't appropriate." "Little Hachi. What's not appropriate?" Enchanting paused. "It's not appropriate in any way. How could a young lady casually lean on a man's shoulder and fall asleep?" He didn't mind, but there were so many people watching. It wasn't good for her. "Miss Little Hachi, if you're really sleepy, why don't you go back to sleep?" Little Hachi widened her eyes. "But Big Brother won't let me go back to sleep." "Didn't you hear it?" Enchanting glanced at Sun-yi. Actually, it didn't matter if Little Hachi stayed or not. She didn't know why Sun-yi refused to let her go back. Seeing how unmoved Sun-yi was, it seemed like he wouldn't change his mind. This was the matter of the 13th year, so he couldn't say much. "If I don't sleep now, I'll really die." Little Hachi pursed her red lips and stretched out a finger to poke Enchanting's shoulder. "Look. Are you made of paper? You can't even let me lean on you. I want to sleep, I want to sleep." Her fingers, which were painted with delicate nail polish, were as slender as a scallion. She tapped on his shoulder again and again. I poked. I poked. I poked and prodded. Enchanting finally caught her hand. "Go to sleep." Little Hachi's brain was already confused. When she heard that she could sleep, she immediately became happy. Her head tilted, and she fell over. But this time, they still didn't reach their destination. Enchanting reached out and held her forehead. Little Hachi blinked. Enchanting waved his hand, and a ball of light that flickered with a faint blue light appeared in front of him. "You can go in and sleep," Enchanting said. "There are bedding inside. Don't worry, everything is new." As for why he had this kind of thing, it had to be traced back to a long time ago. His master ordered him to prepare it. He prepared a lot. Some were given to his master to use, and the rest was left with him. Little Hachi was speechless. She was completely awake now. No need. Little Hachi took a deep breath. Enchanting frowned slightly. "Aren't you very sleepy?" "Don't worry, it's an independent small space inside, and there's a barrier." Little Hachi closed her eyes. She was afraid that if she saw Enchanting's face again, she wouldn't be able to resist scratching a few beautiful blood flowers. "I don't like this color." Little Hachi gritted her teeth and said. Enchanting thought for a moment and asked hesitantly, "Then, change it to powder?" "You're the one who wants to sleep with powder. Your whole family is sleeping with powder." Little Hachi finally lost her temper. After saying that fiercely, she turned around and left. Not only was she not sleepy now, but she was also very energetic. At the side, 13 asked nervously. "Sister 8 seems to be angry," Shifang said. "When has she not been angry when talking to Lord Enchanting?" 13, that's true. After so many years of experience, the 13U sect knew very well that when Little Hachi was angry, they must not talk to her. It was best if they didn't even look at her. Hence, they looked away in unison and looked at Tang Ku and Su Li, Yujio. It's such a blessing to watch two seniors refine artifacts. Sanson, that's right. I can still watch for another 100 years. Sun-yi finally spoke. Little Hachi. Little Hachi immediately pounced over with tears in her eyes. "Big Brother. Did Big Brother finally change his mind? Could she go back to sleep? Sun-yi raised his chin and asked, "Do you know how many divine artifacts the two of you have refined up until now?" Little Hachi was stunned. "I know. It's good that you know." Only then did Sun-yi give her a precious look. "Seeing that you're very energetic now, we'll refine pills according to this number. As for the type of pills, you know in your heart." Little Hachi's forehead twitched. She shouldn't have rejected Yen Qing just now. Red Moon Desert. That line of words flickered with each breath. Snow kept falling from the sky, and the surrounding snow became thicker and thicker, but it avoided this ice lake. After a moment, the purple scale flew back to Chu Liuyue's hand. She looked down and saw that the light on it was much dimmer than before. Chu Liyue slowly clenched her fists. "They're not here." Her brows were tightly knitted together, and her heart felt like it was being squeezed by something. Cold snowflakes and ice particles kept blowing on her head and face. There was already a layer of sparkling ice and snow on her eyelashes. "They are in the Illusion God Palace. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2177. However, what kind of place was the Illusory God Palace? She had no idea. Right now, the connection between her and Debeo had been severed. The only thing that could still be maintained was this piece of scale armor. But from the situation of this scale armor, Debeo's situation was also very worrying. Chu Liyue looked around. Between heaven and earth, there was nothing at all. She suddenly thought of the pavilion in the sky from before. Could it be the Illusory God Palace? She muttered under her breath. At this time, the words on the ice lake slowly disappeared. Rong Xiu held her hand. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go back first and discuss this matter." Chu Liyue was about to nod when she suddenly thought of something. "Wait first." She broke free from Rong Xiu's hand and flew towards the ice lake. Rong Xiu frowned and was about to go over when he heard Chu Liyue say, "Don't come over first." Rong Xiu stopped in his tracks. Nan Su Hui looked at Rong Xiu and also stopped, but his face was still full of worry. What are you doing? This place is very dangerous. You must be careful." Everything here was very strange, and it really made people worried. Chu Liyue nodded. "Thank you, Master. I know what to do." Swish. A rainbow light flashed. Scarlet Heaven's sword appeared in her hand. She held it tightly and stood on the ice lake. The cold wind from the snowy plains blew the ice and snow, rolling up the corners of her clothes. Her hair fluttered in the wind, but a thin layer of frost quickly condensed on the ends of her hair. It could be seen that the temperature here was very low and the weather was very cold. Chu Liyue looked at the ice below her feet. The originally clear lake water had already frozen into a thick layer of ice. It was sparkling and translucent, making people unable to see the scene inside. In fact, she had always been very curious about what was under the lake water. She had stayed in the Red Moon Desert for a long time and had seen Debeo and the others walk out of the lake several times. But she had never gone down herself. She had always been smart and quick-witted. She could tell that Debao and the others didn't really want to talk about these things, so she didn't ask anything about it. However, at this moment, a strong sense of curiosity surged from the bottom of her heart. Since Debao and the other two were no longer here, she wanted to see what secrets were hidden below. She quickly circulated the force in her body and poured it all into Scarlet Heaven's sword. Wang! A sword hum rang out. On Scarlet Heaven's sword, scarlet gold and transparent flames intertwined and burned fiercely. Chu Liyue held his sword with both hands and raised it high. Then, he swung it down viciously. Clang! The sharp edge of the sword cut into the ice, producing a crisp sound. Crack! A crack quickly spread out on the ice surface. At the same time, the flames on the Scarlet Heaven sword quickly followed the crack in an instant. The blazing heat began to melt the layer of ice. More and more tiny cracks appeared and spread in all directions. Chu Luiyue held her breath and stared intently. However, at this moment, the snow and ice falling from the sky suddenly gathered in this direction. Snowflakes fell on the flames and cracks. The flames gradually extinguished, and the cracks gradually recovered. The crack that Chu Luiyue had slashed with all her strength was easily restored to its original state. How could this be? Chu Luiyue looked at the smooth ice surface and almost couldn't believe her eyes. Now that she was a god, she didn't hold back in the sword just now. Even if it was a mountain, this sword could raise it to the ground. However, there was only a shallow crack on the surface of the ice. Even if she had thought of igniting the flames in advance, it was still futile. In less than 15 minutes, all traces on the ice surface had been erased. At a glance, it was clean. Even the rippling patterns didn't change in the slightest. Her sword, it didn't have any effect on it at all. Cold air came from all directions, piercing into her body like steel needles. A dazzling light flashed on her body and covered her with a layer of transparent and gorgeous soft armor. Only then did it expel the cold air. Chu Luiyue didn't believe it and slashed again. Clang! The moment the sword landed, a Xian formation suddenly appeared under the ice surface. A wave of indescribable pressure spread out from the top. Chu Luiyue was the first to bear the brunt. When she sensed the aura, she already knew that something was wrong. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Crack! A look of horror flashed across her face. That was because the Scarlet Heaven sword in her hand broke the moment it was enveloped by the light of the Xian formation. She didn't even think and immediately retreated. A ray of light wrapped around the Scarlet Heaven sword and came over. Rong Xiu immediately attacked. A ray of golden light flickered and quickly passed by Chu Luiyue's palm. The Scarlet Heaven sword was instantly cut in half. Almost at the same time, the broken sword body shattered into countless tiny pieces. The Scarlet Heaven sword was completely destroyed. Chu Luiyue lowered her head and saw that there was only a broken sword hilt left in her hand. She immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Rong Xiu went forward and grabbed her waist, bringing her away from the lake. Then, he took a step forward and protected her behind him. On the ice surface, the Xian formation gradually appeared and flickered. Rong Xiu's eyes that were as deep as the sea seemed to be gradually rippling. Nan Su Hui rushed over in a hurry. Are you alright? Chu Luiyue shook her head and looked at the lake with a complicated gaze. Whose seal is that? Wonderful book house. Chapter 2178. It was a Xian formation, and also a seal. It was extremely complicated, and its pressure was extremely strong. She had been in the Red Moon Desert for many years, but she had never seen this seal before. But strangely, for some reason, she felt that the aura on it was somewhat familiar. She thought of that eye. The dangerous moon was approaching. What secrets were hidden below? There are layers of restrictions below. I'm afraid we can't go in. Rong Xiu said. Chu Luiyue nodded and summoned a long sword. It was the venerable divine weapon that she had refined with the Star Darkness sword embryo. Half of it was pure gold, the other half was dark green. It was especially bright against the white snow. With a thought, a flame surged out and melted the broken hilt of the Scarlet Heaven sword. The artifact spirit was refined, and under the guidance of the flame, it fused with the new sword. The Star Darkness sword embryo is forged, so it should be called the Star Darkness sword. The sword was shining brightly, and its sword chi was sharp. It was indeed a pity that the Scarlet Heaven sword was destroyed. Fortunately, she had personally refined this Star Spectre sword, which was perfect. Chu Luiyue looked at Rong Xiu. De Bao and the others are most likely trapped in the Illusion God Palace. We need to find that place quickly. Debeo and the other two had been trapped in the Red Moon Desert for tens of thousands of years and had never left. But this time, the three of them had disappeared very suddenly. This made her feel very uneasy. Rongxiu paused for a while and said, "I know where the Illusion God Palace is. Tens of thousands of miles away." In a dark and cramped cell, Dugu Mabao sat alone. His soft armor-like purple robe was damaged in several places, and his body was covered in blood. It seemed that he had just gone through an intense battle. After a while, a hoarse and rough voice came. "Have you thought it through?" Dugu Mabao did not react as if he did not hear it. The voice chuckled. "Tens of thousands of years of imprisonment and torture can't make you waver?" Dugu Mabao was still unmoved. His pale face was stained with dried dark red blood, which made him look even more haggard. But his back was straight like a pine tree in the snow, with a noble arrogance that went deep into his bones. This attitude seemed to make the other party a little angry. "Dugu Mabao, you're very stubborn. But have you thought about whether those two people are like you? If you don't relent, they'll have to suffer another day of torture. No matter what, they are friends who have accompanied you for 10,000 years. Can you really bear to leave them to die?" Dugu Mabao's eyebrows moved. That pair of demonic purple eyes flashed with a cold light. "You don't dare to kill them." His voice was calm and firm. Every word was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the empty and dark cage. The voice quieted down. After a while, it said, I won. It's a pity that Lan Shao has just refined his divine body, but compared to Diwu Zhangzi, he's still better. You know how painful it is to enter the illusionary god ocean without a divine body. After all, you've already experienced it tens of thousands of years ago, haven't you? That voice had a hint of smugness as if a prank had succeeded. It was cold and sinister, making one's heart tremble. Dugu Mabao's hands curled up in his sleeves, and his voice turned colder. "You'll be punished for breaking the contract." Pfft, the other party sneered in disdain. "Dugu Mabao, you're the one who broke the contract first, aren't you? You've already broken the taboo by reconstructing your divine body. Lan Shao is your man, so it's fine. But, when Diwu chose to betray you, he should have known that this day would come. It seems like these 10,000 years of punishment didn't teach him enough of a lesson." The corners of Dugu Mabao's lips suddenly curled into an extremely faint arc. "He betrayed you and is still stubborn to this day. Doesn't that mean that you're a failure?" Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, a long whip viciously lashed Dugu Mabao's back in the darkness. His skin instantly split open. He groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The mockery in his eyes became even more intense. The illusionary god palace's heaven gate is about to open. Everything will come to a conclusion. When that time comes, you'll know how foolish your actions today were. That voice lingered in the cage for a long time before finally dispersing. After confirming that the person had left, Dugu Mabao's body swayed, and he coughed violently. His mouth was filled with the thick smell of blood. After coughing for a while, he casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He placed his hands on his knees and continued to sit cross-legged, waiting. The heaven gate is about to open. You, should be coming soon, right? A hint of worry flashed across his brows, but it quickly disappeared. You know? Chu Liuyue's eyes flashed with deep shock. Why didn't you mention it before? Rongxiu smiled faintly. You didn't ask before. Anne. I'm not the only one who knows about this place. Senior Zi Zhao and Mao Zhen, as well as some first-rate families with thousands of years of history, should have heard of it. Chu Liyue came back to his senses. This is a place that exists in distant legends. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, a mysterious place appeared in the world of divine ruins. It was called the Illusory God Palace. There, the energy of heaven and earth was abundant, resources were abundant, and experts were as common as clouds. More importantly, if one could enter and cultivate, it was very likely that one would break through the shackles of a god and become an even more powerful existence. But later on, for some reason, that place disappeared. Gradually, fewer and fewer people knew about it. There were also people who speculated that the illusory god palace was a divine relic. Every tens of thousands of years, it would descend to the world to cross that threshold and become a peerless expert. However, these are all rumors, and no one has personally witnessed it. I just didn't expect it to appear now. Chu Luiyue muttered, break through to a god, in the world of divine ruins, for nearly 10,000 years, no one had succeeded in breaking through that shackle. Dugu Mabao and the other two seemed to be such existences, but for some reason, they had been suppressed in the Red Moon Desert for tens of thousands of years, and the world didn't know of their existence. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. Wait, when that strange palace appeared here, there were rumors in the world of divine ruins that it was related to breaking through to a god. Could it be the illusory god palace? Or is it closely related to the illusory god palace? Rong Xiu paused. At that time, the fog was everywhere. Did you see the words on the plaque? Chu Luiyue shook her head. In fact, because of the white fog, she didn't even get a glimpse of the palace. She only remembered the black jade square and the magnificent and towering circular wall. Perhaps, we will know everything when we reach the illusory god palace. Chu Luiyue clenched the purple scale in her hand, pursed her lips, and nodded. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2179. Chu Luiyue and the other two stayed in the Red Moon Desert for about 10 days as they wanted to find some relevant traces. Unfortunately, he didn't get any useful information after all that effort. Instead, the weather was getting colder, and the snow was getting thicker. Even they were starting to feel a bit tormented. Chu Luiyue tried a few more times to split open the frozen lake surface, but all of her attempts ended in failure without exception. The seal floated quietly on the surface of the ice. It flickered lightly, but it also carried with it an unparalleled pressure. In the end, they could only choose to leave for now. According to Rong Xiu, Chu Luiyue planned to return to Peach Blossom Cove first, then discuss the Illusion God Palace with Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao. Nan Su Huai wanted to go with them, but after careful consideration, he returned to Lingxiao College first. Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu had just returned to the Yu residence when Sun Yi greeted them. Master, Your Highness. Chu Luiyue asked as they walked in, how are Tang Ku and Sir Su? When we came back, there wasn't much activity at Qingshui Cliff. Master, the two seniors just finished their competition and are resting in their residences. Chu Luiyue was a bit surprised. Just now? They just finished? Based on their refining speed, it shouldn't have taken that long, right? Sun Yi nodded and explained, yes. The two of them refined a lot of divine artifacts this time, so they finished very late. Chu Luiyue paused. How many? She remembered that Tang Ku and Su Li had said that they would give all the divine artifacts they refined to her. Sun Yi said. The two of them refined 42 divine artifacts each, for a total of 84. Chu Luiyue's eyes widened. How many did you say? Sun Yi's expression was as calm as ever. A total of 84 divine artifacts, and all of them are venerable divine artifacts. The two of you have already handed them over to this subordinate, and I'm just waiting for you to come back. As he spoke, he took out 2 yin and yang rings. These 2 yin and yang rings looked a bit different, and each had a small seal mark on it. The one on the left is Senior Tang Ku's, and the one on the right is Sir Su's. Sun Yi respectfully presented them with both hands. The two of them said that you must personally examine them and choose one that you like. Chu Luiyue. I remember that they used the same materials. Then these, as you think, these are the same. This subordinate has observed the entire process, and the two of them are indeed equally matched. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She put away the 2 cosmos rings and checked them separately. Sure enough, both the quantity and the type were exactly the same. How were they to compete? Chu Luiyue looked at the two small cosmic rings in a daze. 84. Back then, how many of Yang, how many lives, heaven? Now that the two of them were working together, they were able to refine so many in one go. It was truly terrifying. Recently, many families and clans in the world of divine ruins heard the news and sent letters to buy these divine artifacts. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I sent them to your study and waited for you to come back and personally review them. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. They're quite fast. The news of Tang Ku and Sun Yi staying in Peach Blossom Dock had long spread, and the news of the two of them starting to refine artifacts together had spread like wildfire from the beginning. Who wouldn't be jealous of nearly 100 venerable divine artifacts? Who wouldn't be envious? All of a sudden, all the families and clans heard the news, hoping to trade for some from Peach Blossom Dock. King divine artifacts were already precious enough, let alone venerable divine artifacts. There were very few families like Family E and the Nan family. There's no need to read them. Reject all the letters. Chu Luiyue continued to walk in. On one hand, it was the goodwill of the two seniors, so it wasn't convenient to give it away. On the other hand, it was because of the illusory God Palace. Thinking of this, her expression froze. By the way, after we left, did anything unusual happen in the world of divine ruins? Sun Yi nodded. Yes. The Illusion God Palace's heaven gate is about to open, and everyone in the world of divine ruins has already started to prepare. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Everyone already knows? Sun Yi recounted the scene that day to her. At this point, all the cultivators in the world of divine ruins have already heard the news. Moreover, there's a rumor that as long as one can enter the Illusion God Palace, they can break through to the Supreme God level. So, everyone is ready to make a move. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly sank. But did you find out who released the news? Sun Yi shook his head. Someone is secretly adding fuel to the fire, purposely stirring up this pool of water. It's already impossible to trace the source of the news. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. If that was the case, the world of divine ruins would be in chaos. But they don't know where the Illusion God Palace is. Even if they know, what can they do? Sun Yi frowned, and a complicated expression flashed across his eyes. An ominous feeling rose in Chu Luiyue's heart. Sun Yi said. The bridge to the Illusion God Palace has been built. Chu Luiyue was shocked. What did you say? Sun Yi said. When night comes, you'll know what I mean. The waiting time was always unbearable. Chu Luiyue stood in the courtyard, staring at the sky. It was already evening, and there was still some time before the sky turned dark. She kept thinking about everything that had happened before, and vaguely felt like there was an invisible net covering her. It was like fate, and she couldn't break free. Night fell bit by bit. When the first star shone in the black velvet-like night sky, the bridge finally appeared. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2180. In the thick night sky, a silver-arched bridge stretched across the sky. One end of the bridge connected to the distant horizon, while the other end extended into the sky, into the clouds, and connected to an unknown place. Grand, brilliant, gorgeous, and noble. Specks of light gathered together, forming a silver bridge that seemed to have substance. But upon closer inspection, those specks of light did not seem to be simple specks of light, but seemed to be engraved with some kind of pattern. But because it was too far away, it was impossible to see clearly for the time being. That bridge has appeared since the night that those words flickered in the sky of the divine ruins world. Chu Luiyue recalled Sun Yi's words, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the beginning, it was just a ball of gathered light, born at the point where heaven and earth met. It was difficult to reach, and it did not sleep at all. But gradually, those rays of light spread out towards the sky, little by little forming the shape of a bridge. Until now, that bridge still appears every night and continues to extend. No one knows what it is, but everyone is certain that the end of the bridge must be the legendary illusory god palace. The day the bridge is completely grafted is the day the heaven gate opens. Chu Luiyue stared at the bridge in the sky, and after a long time, he exhaled softly. Xin Yi's guess should be the guess of all the cultivators in the divine ruins world. Such a strange and beautiful scene was unfamiliar and novel to them. Humans were always curious about the unknown with fear. Even if they knew it was dangerous, they would still want to try it for themselves. This time was no exception. Moreover, behind that bridge was very likely to be a huge opportunity. Who wouldn't be tempted? Back then, when the new gate realm opened, it attracted so many people to go there, not to mention the current situation. Still looking at this? Rong Xiu walked out of the room and put a coat on Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue gathered his clothes, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you think that the place connected to is really the legendary illusory god palace?" If that was the case, then De Bao and the rest were there as well? Rong Xiu held her hand. Perhaps it was because of the cold night wind, but her fingertips were also cold. Rong Xiu wrapped her hand in his palm and sensed that her body was gradually warming up before he said, "Don't worry. No one can say for sure. We'll only know when we get there." That's true. Chu Luiyue turned to look at him. That pair of serene and deep phoenix eyes were calm and tranquil, reflecting two tiny figures of her. He whispered, "What are you thinking about?" His voice was low and gentle as usual. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment. "Rong Xiu, I feel like there's a hand pushing me over." Although she didn't know who was behind this, there was indeed an invisible hand that was slowly pushing her in this direction. The illusory god palace definitely had some sort of connection with her. But she didn't know why, but she didn't have any memories related to it. Rong Xiu lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Don't be afraid. No matter where you go, I'll be with you. No matter the distance, life or death. Chu Luiyue's uneasy heart instantly calmed down. She raised her head slightly and kissed him. Before he could react, she rested her head on his shoulder and rubbed it gently. "I'm not afraid. I have you." "What? You invited Grandpa Maozhen over?" In another courtyard, Dumpling and Zichen were sitting face to face around a stone table. There were many fresh and juicy berries on the table. These were all specially selected by Sanson. Each and every one of them was a rare heavenly treasure. They were extremely effective in replenishing energy and healing injuries. They were originally for Zichen, but now they were all Dumplings. At this moment, Dumpling was gnawing on a red fruit that was bigger than her fist. Hearing Zichen's words, she suddenly stopped and raised her head in shock and confusion. "Yes. They should be here tomorrow," Zichen said and glanced at her. Her little mouth was stained with red juice and a few white sesame seeds. A pair of black grape-like eyes blinked, full of confusion. "Raise your face," Zichen said. "What?" Dumpling asked curiously, but she still raised her face obediently. Zichen reached over and wiped the white sesame seeds off the corner of her mouth. "No one is fighting with you. Just eat slowly." Zichen withdrew his hand and said lightly. Dumpling realized that she was eating too happily and didn't know when she had eaten so much. She wiped her mouth and her hand was suddenly stained red. It was rare for her to feel a little embarrassed. "I don't know why, but recently I've been hungry." She looked at the fruit in her hand hesitantly and then looked at the half-empty plate on the table. It was all hers. It seemed that she had eaten a little too much. Zichen withdrew his gaze and his handsome face was expressionless. "Don't waste it." "Oh." Dumpling heard this and felt a lot more at ease. She muttered as she ate. "Grandpa Patriarch also sent me a message saying that they will be here in 2 days. Strange, didn't they just go back not long ago? Why are they coming again?" Although she was young, she had followed Chu Luiyue to these two ancient mythological beast clans several times. Under normal circumstances, Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao would never appear at the same time. For so long, it had only happened twice. The first time was because of Rong Xiu and Chu Liuyue's wedding. The second time was because of her and Zichen's accident. But this time, is it because of that bridge? Dumpling raised her head and looked at the bridge in the sky. Zichen narrowed his eyes. Probably. I don't know how that bridge appeared. Dumpling pouted and stuffed the last bit of fruit into her mouth. I feel a little uncomfortable when I see it. Zichen frowned and looked at her. Uncomfortable? What's the matter? Dumpling shook her head. Her small mouth was full and her words were a little unclear. She raised her small hand and pointed at the bridge. I don't know. Anyway, it's just, Zichen reached out and pulled her hand over. He put 2 fingers together and placed them on her wrist. He separated a part of his power and probed into her body. After a round of examination, he did not find anything unusual. Because she had opened her 6th meridian, Dumpling's body was much better than before. Her power was also more abundant than before. If she were to say that she was uncomfortable, there was no reason for it. Dumpling looked at his serious face and immediately smiled. I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm very healthy. Maybe I ate too much? Zichen did not comment on her statement, but he did not continue to ask. All right, since you're done eating, I'll go first. Dumpling clapped her hands and jumped down from the stool. Zichen raised his eyebrows slightly. Go? Where to? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2181. Dumpling said in a crisp voice, Of course I'm going back to sleep. Zichen paused. Isn't there a place for you to sleep here? During this period, Dumpling had been sleeping in the same room as him. Dumpling blinked. But your injury has already healed. Zichen's injury had indeed healed very quickly. He had even removed all the gauze during the day. She walked over and held Zichen's hand, revealing his smooth wrist. She nodded. Look. It's all healed. Other than the skin color around the wound that looked a little different from the other parts, it had basically completely recovered. Zichen felt that his wrist was a little itchy. He quietly withdrew his hand and thought for a moment, as if he was deliberating. I thought it would be a while before Master came back, so, Dumpling was very clingy. Most of the time, she was clingy to Chu Luyue, but this time, she and Rong Xiu did not bring the 2 of them with them when they left. He thought that Dumpling would not be willing to sleep on her own after her injury healed today, so he specially tidied up the room next door. But unexpectedly, you can go back if you want. Although she might be a little tired from this trip, she should be fine with the holy sun around. As Zichen spoke, he stood up and was about to go back to the room. Dumpling, however, instantly felt a little conflicted. Ah. That's right. Rong Xiu was also there. She jogged a few steps and caught up with Zichen. She looked up and she raised her head and asked, Zichen, do you think it's inappropriate for me to go back now? It was not that she had a high level of self-awareness, but that she had learned her lesson too many times. She did not want to be thrown out by someone again. Zichen stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky with a calm expression. It's fine. Although it's a little late, she has always doted on you the most. It's fine. Hearing what he said, Dumpling felt even more unsuitable. Ah, then I can't go back even more. I'd better sleep here. After saying that, she ran in with her small feet. Zichen. Can I sleep on the bed tonight? Dumpling turned around and stuck out her round head. Zichen nodded slightly. Yes. The next day, Mao Zhen arrived at the Peach Blossom Cove. Without stopping to rest, he directly entered the Yu residence. When he passed through the barrier, Chu Luyue already knew that he was coming and specially came out to welcome him. Senior Mao Zhen. Chu Luyue stepped forward. Sorry to trouble you to come again. Mao Zhen waved his hand. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before, and there was a hint of seriousness between his brows. Let's talk inside. In the hall, Chu Luyue and Mao Zhen sat facing each other. Where's Rongxiu? After taking a seat, Mao Zhen looked around and did not see Rongxiu. He could not help but feel a little strange. Chu Luyue said, Umo just rushed back from the Yuntian Tower. He said that he had something to report, so I came over first. Mao Zhen nodded and said, it's fine. He's wholeheartedly loyal to you. It's the same for him to talk to you. Chu Luyue nodded with an apologetic look on his face. Actually, we should be the ones paying a visit this time, that's fine. In fact, even if I didn't hear from you this time, I was planning to come over. Mao Zhen's expression was rarely serious. This made Chu Luyue tense up as well. I heard that Nan Suhui was here. Did you guys go to Lingxiao College? Chu Luyue shook his head and briefly explained the matter. He included the disappearance of Debao and the others. It was just a few words, but it made Mao Zhen's expression even more serious. So, those people are no longer in the Red Moon Desert, but in the Illusory God Palace? He had already guessed it before, but Chu Luyue didn't say anything, so he didn't ask too much. Now it seemed that those people's identities were indeed extraordinary. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Whether it's true or not, we have to go to the Illusory God Palace to take a look, Chu Luyue said. Mao Zhen sighed. The heaven gate of the Illusory God Palace is about to open. The entire Divine Ruins world is restless. However, this trip is too dangerous, so I'm here to tell you. Don't be impatient. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. Senior Mao Zhen. You seem to know something about the Illusory God Palace? Mao Zhen smiled bitterly. Not really, but we have some connections. The ancestor of the great Phoenix dragon race died in the Illusory God Palace. Chu Luyue didn't expect him to say such words. He was shocked. This doesn't seem to be the case, you said it yourself. Those are all rumors. Mao Zhen patted the armrest of the chair and sighed. Actually, only the great Phoenix dragon race's clan leader knows about this. This matter is of great importance and is extremely confidential. If the heaven gate of the Illusory God Palace wasn't about to open, I wouldn't have revealed this matter. Chu Luyue thought of the coiling dragon pillar in the Great Void Temple. Even though there was only a trace of the great Phoenix dragon ancestor's aura left in it, it was still powerful and awe-inspiring. From this, one could see how powerful that person was when he was at his peak. It was rumored that he died naturally. Who knew that it was related to the Illusory God Palace? In fact, it's not just the great Phoenix dragon race. Mao Zhen looked at Chu Luyue with a complicated expression. The one from the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan is the same. Even. He suddenly paused as if he thought of something and frowned. The hall was silent. Chu Luyue was a little stunned. Even? Even what? From Mao Zhen's words, could it be that the ancestor of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan had an even more? Why isn't Yi Zhao here? Mao Zhen suddenly asked. Wonderful book house that you're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.